All right. Don't have to gavel in since we stood at ease. Everyone, thank y'all for being patient and waiting. I know it's been a long day. Apologize that it took so long on the floor. We had a lot to cover, but I appreciate y'all sticking with us here. The chair will lay out Senate Bill 17 by Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, did you have a committee substitute?
I don't believe so.
Yes, sir.
We do. We do have a committee substitute. Let's go with the committee substitute.
Senator Springer sends up the committee substitute for Senate Bill 17 and recognizes Senator Creighton to explain the difference between the substitute and the original as-filed measure.
Yeah, I know. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you, members. We have had a long day, but one thing about this process, we're very thorough and we keep going, right? We're on the clock, and the end of May is the expiration. I want to thank all of our witnesses who've been so patient today. First and foremost, your testimony, no matter where you stand on any particular measure, is very important to the committee and high value. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you being here, and we will be listening. Senate Bill 17 is about diversity, equity, and inclusion at institutions of higher education. Texas is one of the most diverse states in the nation. We all benefit from our state's diversity, and our institutions of higher education should reflect that diversity. DEI efforts do not achieve that goal. They've often worked against the true goal of diversity and equality, only furthering divides and creating sometimes a chilling effect on open dialogue. Members, I want to acknowledge up front that Texas has had its share of our painful history. And we certainly always want, in any teaching environment, all sides, the good, the bad, and the ugly, taught and taught well, so that we truly understand where we've been, because you don't know where you're headed unless you really understand where you've been in your history and prior, and we have to always respect that. The bill itself does not change anything with regard to Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, national origin. It certainly doesn't change anything about equal protection under the law and federal protections as well as state protections. We also want to make it very clear that Senate Bill 17 returns the focus of Texas colleges and universities to education and innovation with true opportunities for all who attend, and specifically with regard to this bill, it's about hiring, not as much about admissions for students, for those that are considering working at our institutions of higher education. The bill addresses DEI practices that not only have been put into question in Texas, but around the country for whether or not they're achieving the goals that they originally set out to achieve right around that 2016 timeframe and onward, where many of those programs began. The bill ends the practice of mandatory diversity trainings and diversity statements required for hiring, and asks the Board of Regents of each institution of higher education to oversee identifying, removing, and defunding DEI programs at the university, consistent with the governor's directives at the beginning of session, consistent with the rider that was recently placed in the Texas budget in Senate Finance Committee hearings. And the Board of Regents for universities will be required to come before the Senate Education Committee for interim hearings to explain how universities are complying with the bill, as Texas A&M has announced winding down DEI departments. Texas Tech University has announced winding down DEI departments. UT Austin has announced putting a pause on DEI departments and activities, and the University of Houston has also made some statements and clarified their positions as well.
As well as UT.
As well as the University of North Texas. I think we can all agree that in order for Texas to lead in research and innovation, for there to be equal opportunity for all, we must promote all individuals on their merit, not particular political litmus tests beyond that. I think that when you see the contents of the bill, members, you'll see that Senate Bill 17 does not harm diversity efforts, but it does remove divisive agendas that have been seen to be carried out through DEI units, personnel, and certain departments. In Texas, we truly achieve equality and diversity by promoting different ideas, realizing that we all have different experiences, and certainly hiring based on merit, making sure that who we hire is based on not political positions, but certainly competence, integrity, who competes well and really steps up in that interview process for that particular job. And at the same time, Senate Bill 17 strives to provide equal opportunity for all, sets a goal to respect the protections under the Equal Protection Clause, accomplishes hiring the best and the brightest and the most talented, with diversity always remaining an important priority. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, with that, we have a substitute that you have already asked the committee to send up. And the differences in the substitute are mainly the administrative provisions regarding boards of regents. And we've leaned up some of the provisions of the bill that started out at, I believe, 59 pages, and now we have a fraction of that. So with that, members, happy to take questions. I know we have many people here as witnesses that have waited patiently all day, and I appreciate your time and consideration and all that have chosen to attend and help educate our committee and our group of senators on this Higher Education Subcommittee panel on your thoughts and feelings and opinions related to this measure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. Members, are there any questions of the author? Senator West?
Well, first of all, we have not seen the committee substitute. I guess I've
Haven't had a chance to review.
We have not had a chance to review the committee substitute, which is considerably less than the original bill.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, this issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion, specifically the effort to do away with it in the state of Texas, how did it get its genesis? I mean, why now?
Well, Senator West, you see the same reports that I do around the country with regard to just different perceptions based on how many different things are working in higher ed as an example, and hiring practice as an example, and sort of political and non-political efforts. All of these things sort of wrapped up together, and as we come together, as state legislatures come together, as governors of each state put out certain positions, there's always sort of a rearview mirror evaluation of how things are working, and if programs are successful or if they're not necessarily achieving their end goals. So,
Okay, so in terms of the diversity inclusion initiatives, they have not been working in the state of Texas, bringing about a more diverse workplace. It seems as though that it has begun to work, and all of a sudden now we are looking at kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because there's been maybe some isolated incidents of the wrongful application of the programs, the operational program. And I have said to you and said to the leadership of this state, if they're isolated incidents, let's focus in on fixing the isolated incidents, not throwing out diversity, equity, and inclusion. You, as well as I, know that this particular initiative comes out of the civil rights movement to try to have more inclusion in the state of Texas, in this country. And we're beginning to see it take root, so to speak. And all of a sudden now, we want to start backtracking on it and make it a political soundbite in terms of doing away with it across the entire country. And when we begin to expand it, as we're doing at least in the base bill, I hadn't seen the rewrite, we're saying that it can't even be applied towards admissions. I'm looking here, it says institution of higher education may not require a student, employee, or applicant for employment at the institution to participate in any training on diversity. Why not? I mean, when you look at this world, it's a more diverse world. I think we're doing a disservice to the young people of this state that in many instances, be they black, white, brown, purple, or pink, live in pretty much segregated communities. And the only opportunity in many instances that they have in order to understand, appreciate, and get to know a diverse population is when they go to college. And the only opportunity in many instances, they get an opportunity to interact with people that are professors and employees of different statuses and different ethnic groups when they get their education at a university. And so when we in Texas decide to say we're going to do away with this, and y'all got the votes to do it. I mean, it is what it is, okay? But there will be us that will stand up and say it's wrong. It's totally wrong what's getting ready to happen in this legislative process, as opposed to trying to fix the isolated incident and make it a better program. You're talking about dismantling the entire program.
Yeah, we've and Senator West, you and I have had really good conversations about the thought process behind revise and reform versus remove.
Right.
And you've been leading on that. You've been very active on it. Senator Miles has been as well. Senator Menendez, we've had conversations about the same. As we've had hearings on an evaluation and review of tenure, as we've had hearings over the past couple of sessions on an evaluation and review of the top 10% rule, we've had many different bills come before committees where we have a discussion on are things working or are they not? And it's very healthy to have these conversations. We benefit from listening to our constituents in our districts. I certainly live in a very diverse area. And then we also benefit from the expertise of those that take the time to travel to be here all day and all night in a hearing like this so that we can understand what's important to Texans. And we're going to have that discussion tonight. So as we make our way through the merits of DEI programs itself, I want to be clear about what I reminded everyone of and prioritized in my layout is that hiring based on merit and on competence should be paramount. So the best and the brightest, and we agree on that. We've talked about that many times. At the same time, you mentioned politics, and there are narratives that might support bringing certain bills based on politics. There are narratives that support through many different factual scenarios that DEI is being used for politics. And I think that's what we're here to do, is to vet exactly that and root out any inefficiencies or ways that things aren't working. If we're putting millions and millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money into certain programs that are excluding some instead of including all, and that may be based on skin color, that may be based on political ideology, who knows? Maybe all professors that are hired, when they're asked for a writing sample, it's because everyone at the university wants to know if they're very conservative, so they'll hire them.
Or whether they can write.
Or whether they can write. Talent, right? And there's a lot related to what's on a resume and in an interview and in a writing sample where you can tell that, or you can tell soft skills are horrible, even though someone has an incredible pedigree and they're just not the talented person that looked like they were on the resume for the purpose intended to carry out the goals of the position that's actually open and available to fill. So there's many different reasons why people get hired, but for DEI itself, we just had, as you and I have talked about and other members, we've had use of those programs and certain goals within those programs that aren't always inclusive, and then we have some results that show that we're either stagnant or going backwards on exactly the diversity goals that we'd like to all see accomplished
At all due respect, I would like to quantify that.
Yeah.
Okay, because, I mean, if you're saying we're going backwards, then there should be statistics that will back that up. I mean, you look at the universities, I have not seen an appreciable increase in the diversity at universities, okay?
Right.
And if for some reason I'm wrong about that, please let me know.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and so if you don't have efforts to bring people to the table so they can in fact be judged by their merit, then you're going to end up having the same people at the table. Historically, when you begin to look at Texas and other states, most of the people get jobs in the state because of legacy, okay, because of contacts with people in the on the job, because of relationships, things like that. And merit, in many instances, don't have anything to do with it. And so when we start talking about doing away with these programs, as I see the programs, part of the programs are situated in order to make sure we can recruit people that can become applicants that ultimately can be judged on their merit, to see whether or not they're the appropriate person to be hired for the program. And yes, diversity should in fact be a critical component given what we're experiencing in this world. Texas is a majority minority state. And when you begin to look at how we have faculty and students at our university, Texas, UT is more diverse now than it's ever been. And that's because of top 10% initiatives. That's because of individuals, I don't know what office they're in over at UT, going out and actively recruiting. And we're beginning to see more of that occur. But just as we end up having, we are beginning to spend institutional funds in order to make sure that that occurs, we're now looking at passing a bill that will prohibit that. And so you're going to see the hands of time turn back. I would ask you that as this particular bill passed, we need to just kind of look at where certain statistics are, Senator Menendez, in terms of the number of faculty members that are either Latino, African American, or other minorities, the number of students, the number of contracts, those things that we've been fighting for year after year after year, and see exactly whether or not I'm wrong about the hands of time being turned back as a result of this. Because of lack of participation at the voting booth, okay? Lack of participation at the voting booth. And so I'm not going to keep on going, but anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and maybe we can achieve the same goals. I mean, there would be the assumption by some in the audience, I think, and that's the best part of this place is coming and just kind of watching this process, because you really get so much from these hearings. It was the reason why when I was a student at UT that I ended up wanting to be here one day, is just working over here pretty much for free like we do now, and just sitting in on committees until I could figure out a way to get a job. I was starving. I didn't even have the money to.
You used to work for a Democrat. You know that, don't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely did. That's right. He likes to point that out, you know. And so, and many of my family members as well. So it's how we can achieve aligned goals is fascinating at the end of the day when we land the plane in a certain way. But from 2021 to 2022, there's been 6 new black professors hired in Texas universities. And at the same time, we have, we have goals to make sure that, as a Harvard study recently showed, that mandatory diversity training could actually reinforce stereotypes and biases rather than reduce them. More students at Texas A&M feel, less included since DEI. More minority students at Texas A&M feel less included since the 2016 diversity, equity, and inclusion departments were created and ramped up than they do now. 82% felt included in 2016, and now that number is down in the 50 percentile range. So how can we, understanding that equal protection under the law is right where it should be, how can we understand where certainly we all have the aligned goal to hire based on merit? How can we bring forward policy that reduces bias and reduces its sort of political litmus test at an end goal to hire only certain types of professors? How can we break down those barriers in a way that accomplishes all of our goals? And is DEI working perfectly? Maybe it is. Maybe this hearing will help us understand that we're getting a lot of this just incorrect information and getting it wrong. But based on the governor's statement, based on the budget, based on the critical mass that our big universities in the state have issued statements on in this type of direction, we felt it incumbent upon us to have a hearing and talk it through.
I could respond, but I mean, I think we need to get going.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions of the author from the committee?
I have not looked at, I'll have some questions.
Okay. The chair, just some housekeeping. The chair recognizes Senator Creighton is present. Next, we need to move to adopt the committee substitute. Senator Springer moves adoption of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 17. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. The floor is now open for testimony on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 17. We're going to start with our invited witnesses. The chair calls Richard Johnson, Adam Kissel, Sherry Sylvester, and Ben Carson. And we'll start with Dr. Carson here tonight.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank Chairman Brandon Creighton for inviting me here today. My name is Dr. Ben Carson. I'm here to testify on the importance of Senate Bill 17 and the Texas legislators'
We might need your microphone a little closer there.
effort to restore a system of open debate, academic freedom, and reward based on merit to Texas's university system. When the far left realized they couldn't get the DEI agenda done through the ballot box, they instead turned to the existing institutions to remake our society. As we have seen, colleges and universities continue to weaponize DEI initiatives by empowering bloated webs of bureaucracy to reshape entire institutions to comply with the DEI agenda. This ubiquitous DEI virus has a chilling effect on free speech and open inquiry. We all know the power of even the mere accusation of racism that it can have on a person's reputation and livelihood in today's society, even if the accusation is completely inaccurate and mischaracterizes the person's true intentions. Colleges and universities are supposed to be the place where debate and academic inquiry can thrive. But when we see things like requirements for DEI statements from faculty, mandatory diversity trainings, the rejection of colorblind standardized testing as a valid measure due to inequity, and top schools pulling out of national ranking systems, we know that the truth has taken on a secondary role to DEI. Many of you know me from my time in medicine. While I was serving as a pediatric neurosurgeon and director of pediatric neurosurgery at Johns Hopkins, I came to realize something. Nobody on the operating table cared whether the individual performing surgery on their open brain was black, white, or any other color of the rainbow. All they cared about was whether this was the best person for the job. When you're in surgery, it's not about who checks off the most boxes. It's about who can get the job done in the most effective manner possible. The point is, putting aside merit and instead emphasizing qualities like race, sex, religion, and all the others we hear about endlessly today can very well cost people their lives when it comes to the medical field, and it will harm the progress of the entire medical industry. Reports from Texas medical schools are alarming. Deferring to DEI policies, some do not set a minimum GPA or MCAT score for admission. Other medical schools are also pulling out of the U.S. News rankings because the rankings favor acceptance rates based on test scores and merit rather than social and racial justice. In 2020, the Department of Biological Sciences at Texas Tech University adopted a DEI motion to require and strongly weigh a diversity statement from all candidates during the hiring process. And Texas Tech even went on to penalize a candidate for embracing race neutrality in teaching. At UT Austin Dell Medical School, first-year students spend less than 20 hours in the classroom, and grading is pass-fail only, all done in the name of equity. These policies are not only insulting to a student's academic achievement, but they are also extremely dangerous. Like I said, a patient on the table doesn't care about the race of the doctor, and the life-threatening brain tumor getting removed doesn't care what color the doctor is either. Of course, this isn't just true of medicine. When we value diversity at the expense of merit, all aspects of society will suffer. Part of the reason I am so firmly against DEI agenda is because I grew up in a time when real racism did exist and when inequality truly was ingrained in our institutions. But because I saw this America firsthand, I can also say that that America is gone. We aren't trying to hide the past, and nobody says our country has always done everything right. But we will say that we were founded on noble ideals and, as people, have continuously worked to live up to them. To say otherwise is insulting to Black Americans who lived under true inequality in the Jim Crow era, and it is insulting to white Americans to suggest that they are still somehow perpetrating this inequality through invisible superstructures today. It is insulting to our nation's history to say that we have not worked to overcome our past mistakes, and above all, it's insulting to the truth itself to paint such a misleading narrative of our national story. I want to close by once again thanking all of you here today for welcoming me to come and share my thoughts with you today. Senate Bill 17 is a great step toward rejecting the entire framework of DEI and restoring us to a country our founding fathers envisioned so many years ago, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how do you want to handle the question?
Questions for the witness?
How do you want to let everyone?
However you want to do it. We can go one by one, or we can do the whole panel and then ask questions maybe. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do the whole panel and then do questions after?
Thank you, Chairman Middleton and Senators. My name is Sherry Sylvester. I am a distinguished senior fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 17. I've been working at the nexus of public policy and politics my entire career. I've worked on both sides of the political aisle, and I can tell you that if California Governor Gavin Newsom learned that the University of the California system included professors and administrators who persistently engaged in pushing free market, merit-based achievement, and pro-capitalism messages, he would shut them down immediately. If he found out that the administrators of state colleges and universities were almost exclusively made up of individuals whose only job is to promulgate theories of American exceptionalism, he would not hesitate to get rid of them. So how is it that Texas persists in allowing taxpayer-funded universities and colleges to continue their war against the principles and ideas of individual initiative, entrepreneurialism, and traditional values that have made our country great and Texas prosper? DEI is a billion-dollar industry and a full employment act for bureaucrats. It has become the driving ideology on many Texas campuses. Recent reports from the Heritage Foundation, the National Association of Scholars, Do No Harm, the Claremont Institute, all uncovered vast DEI administrative networks at Texas major universities that control hiring and promotion, as well as employing aggressive strategies that infuse the twisted principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion into the curriculum. Rooted in critical race theory and new gender ideologies, DEI has morphed both theories beyond being just left-wing propaganda into structured operating systems. John Saylor, author of the NAS report on the University of Texas at Houston, describes DEI policies as vague. That is likely no accident. But while it is hard to specifically describe what DEI is, it is very clear what DEI is not. DEI has nothing to do with civil rights. It runs counter to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the Equal Protection Clause, Title IX, Title VII, and the U.S. Constitution. DEI is not minority recruitment, and there is no evidence it is effective in increasing successful college outcomes for minority and women students. DEI is not about freedom of speech. In fact, we have daily evidence that it stifles speech on campuses. DEI is not about equality. It creates new standards of inequality. Finally, DEI has absolutely nothing to do with what is taught on campus about the history of racism in Texas or in America. While we are not meant to know exactly what DEI is, we have many examples of what it looks like. For example, the template for the fall schedule at the UT McCombs School of Business demonstrates the results of a DEI-driven culture. The guide for professors includes a, quote, content warning section that some of the business courses may be offensive or result in curriculum-induced trauma. That's a real thing. It is not clear exactly what kind of trauma could result from Econ 101. The template also includes an entire section on pronouns, directing professors to identify their pronouns for students, she, he, they, she. The McCombs Business School also includes a land acknowledgement section that attempts to list every native tribe that has even a tangential connection to Texas, thereby distorting the entire picture. The Spanish were here before the Comanches, for example, so perhaps we should give a shout out to His Most Catholic Majesty Carlos III. Most professors don't complain about these things because until recently they were required to provide a diversity statement before they could even be considered for a job at UT. The statement must include proof of their adherence to the ideology of DEI. 26 of the 37 Texas universities and 51 of the 64 colleges within the University of Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, the University of Houston, and the University of Texas of North Texas have numerous DEI officers, extensive DEI administrative infrastructures, and dedicated DEI committees or DEI objectives in their college strategic plans. These do not include equal opportunity offices and Title IX offices. Diversity, inclusion, and equality, not equity, are deeply rooted American values that embody our founding belief that all people are guaranteed the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's time we reclaimed those values.
Thank you, Sherry. Adam?
My name is Adam Kissel. I'm visiting fellow for higher education reform at the Heritage Foundation, speaking in favor of the bill. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and other members, thanks for this opportunity. I've worked in higher education policy, advocacy, and philanthropy throughout my career. For 5 years, I worked at the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, or FIRE, defending faculty members and students against violations of their rights. Mr. Chair, DEI programs are often expensive, counterproductive, and even sometimes unlawful. There's a big difference between what DEI programs claim to do and what they usually or actually do. The fundamental mistake of DEI is to categorize people by group identity rather than as unique individuals. Diversity programs use identity as a proxy for the actual viewpoint diversity that makes colleges flourish. When a college privileges race and sex, it marginalizes other identities. Unpopular minorities do not get the same resources that the popular ones get. I have no doubt that the most underrepresented group at Texas colleges are politically conservative faculty members. Indeed, institutions across Texas and nationwide have filtered faculty job applications on the basis of required DEI statements. These statements have enabled universities to engage in unlawful discrimination. We no longer ask if you are a member of the Communist Party, but these required statements do the same. Regarding equity, I wish it were true that it meant fairness in treating each individual as he deserves. But in practice, equity means equality of outcome by identity group. For example, it means counting outcomes like faculty composition or graduation rates by race, then claiming that disparate outcomes are the result of systemic racism, then advocating for disparate treatment by race to affect the outcomes. In other words, an outcome-based definition of equity often leads to unlawful discrimination. I should know I have filed around 200 allegations of discrimination in educational programs with the U.S. Department of Education, and they usually succeed. Regarding inclusion, DEI offices now fight microaggressions, meaning minor expressions that are not explicitly racist, but which someone subjectively feels might be racist. As a result, people walk on eggshells on our campuses. DEI officials have promulgated speech codes and bias response teams to enforce rules against speech that DEI officials dislike. FIRE's national report on campus climate shows that students across Texas and the country, not just individual cases, but across the country, feel unable to say what they really think. UT ranks 180th out of 203 institutions on campus climate for free speech. 2/3 of UT and A&M students feel uncomfortable publicly disagreeing with a professor about a controversial topic, and more than half of UT students surveyed feel uncomfortable expressing their views to other students. In 2020, UT disbanded its bias response team as a result of a free speech lawsuit. The DEI bureaucracy is also expensive. A Heritage Foundation study found an average of 45 DEI staff per university in the country. A&M had 46. Texas Tech had 3.8 DEI staff for every 100 regular faculty. On average, the DEI bureaucracy is more than 4 times the number who help students with disabilities, 1.4 times the size of history departments. History departments, not DEI offices, are where we should learn who we are as a country. Research also shows that DEI efforts are often worthless or counterproductive, and this is the national level research. Quick examples. A nationwide study by Baylor University faculty found that chief diversity officers had no effect within 4 years on minority hiring. The concept of unconscious bias has largely been debunked. A study by a Harvard professor, the one that you mentioned, Mr. Chair, found that diversity training often makes the firm less diverse because managers resist strong-arming. I believe we are here today because the people of Texas no longer trust their public colleges to promote equality. There are far too many examples of campus shoutdowns, disinvitations, just think of Stanford Law School recently, often instigated by DEI leaders who cause divisions rather than heal them. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Adam. Dr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I would like to thank all of you for allowing us to come before you today and share our testimony, and I'm testifying for Senate Bill 17. My name is Dr. Richard Johnson, and I'm the director of the Booker T. Washington Initiative with Texas Public Policy Foundation, where I review public policy to determine the impact on the African American community. My doctorate degree is in education administration with a specialization in higher education. I also teach graduate students at Houston Christian University in education and law and policy. Dr. King and many others gave their lives for freedom, justice, and equality. He once said, one cannot begin to live until he can rise above the narrow confinements of his own individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. And Dr. King also admonished us on many occasions how we should base our abilities not on the content, not on our skin color, but the content of our character. Recently, troubling information has come about with colleges and universities being exception to the nation's promise of equality for all. This has come in the form of new positions on the banner of diversity, equity, and inclusion, shuffling administrative hierarchy of campuses to accommodate an ideology of focus on predetermined outcomes. I had a great opportunity, Mr. Chairman, this past week to take my youngest son to the Final Four. And as we watched the game amidst 75,000 people, the only thing that really came to mind was a coat of many colors. There were people there from all races, creeds, and colors. My 11-year-old son, who plays AAU basketball, looked up to me and he said, "Dad, who are you rooting for?" I said, "Well, I like two of the teams." He looked at me and laughed and he said, "Dad, only one team can be a champion this year." After watching the first two games, we both decided that UConn would be our choice. Analyzing the teams, they both were matched pound for pound. But there was only one characteristic that stood out about UConn. They stuck to the play. No matter how the tempo changed, they remained consistent and resolute. And at the end of the game, UConn became the true champions simply because they worked hard, they were consistent, and it was based on merit. In these days where individuals are modifying meanings of terms to fit social and political narratives, we must be diligent. We must be diligent about protecting anti-discrimination policies. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 states that no person in the United States shall, on the grounds of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefit of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. I usually look at situations through naturalistic observation. I'm a visual learner. And so what I did was I went back and I looked at the NCAA championship of 1960. And as I looked at Iowa State and Golden Bears of California, I looked at the crowd. The crowd looked very different than the crowd me and my son sat in. And only 2 years after 1964, 2 years, in 1966, the Texas Western University basketball team won the national championship. Now, both teams, Kentucky had 12 players, and Texas Western had 12 players. Kentucky was still following the equity model, predetermined based on race. All 12 of their players were white. Texas Western model was following the equality model. They had 6 African American players, 4 white players, and 2 Hispanic players. The battle here is not whether or not we want diversity. Everybody wants diversity. The battle here is not whether or not you want inclusion. Equality brings inclusion, which we've seen that happen. The battle here is equity, the equity model versus the equality model. The equality model has proven to us that it has brought us diversity, it has brought us inclusion, and it has brought us great value in the United States of America. And Dr. King had it right. There was a promise note. There was a promise note to America, and it was found in our Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. The key to this battle right now is the equality question. And Senator Royce West is right. We have come a long way since 1964. One of my favorites was Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who in his day was the congressman who chaired Education and Labor. But what made Congressman Powell work with Senator Dirksen, who's a Republican, who's an Anglo-Republican, a black Democrat, and then a president who's a Democrat, to overcome discrimination? You know why? Because they realized that discrimination was not just a problem for one group, it was a problem for America. Those legislators saw discrimination as a problem that adversely affected all Americans, irrespective of party. This was a bipartisan problem that required a bipartisan solution. Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 17 provides necessary actions with institutions that violate federal law through noncompliance with Title VI, Title VII, Title IX of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Thank you, Richard.
This is
We're
this is
running out of time
one
here.
Yeah, this is extremely important as we fight to maintain freedom, justice, and equality along with other national gains.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our witnesses here? Senator West?
So Richard, let me ask you this. Do you think that we should do away with DEI programs? Or do we need to take a good hard look at them to figure out what's good, what's bad, and what needs to be fixed?
Because I think we need to actually, in order to fix them, I think we're going to have to basically scrap we're going to have to scrap the equity part. I mean, because that's unequal. I mean, that deals with outcomes and not an equal start.
All right, so how do we fix the equity part?
Actually, we changed to equality. We go back to the equality model. And see what I'm saying to you, Senator West? The equality model works for us.
I'm working with you on this.
Okay.
I'm asking all of y'all the same thing. All right, do y'all agree it needs to be an equality model?
Yes.
Okay, and so, all right, so what is the equality model? And
Well, the equality-
and how do you implement it?
That's what I like about the equality model, because the equality model is the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And see, that has been working for us. And the reason why I like UConn, because they stuck to the plate. We've made tremendous gains on the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Is there more room to go? Absolutely. But we keep working at it, because at the end of the day, if we all feel like if we start this game, every team that started off the season started at ground zero together.
I hold your point. In terms of teams starting off at the same point, you recognize that it still exists in America where some people don't start off at the same point, like in a race.
Okay?
And so how do you make certain that you make up for that without doing damage to someone else? You know, how do you make up for that using an equality model?
You know what is interesting, Senator West, is when the LSU girls won their title, the president's wife said, I want both the second place team and the first place team both to come to the White House. Those students said no, the first place team, because at the end of the day, we actually do start out, every person is given the same 24 hours in a day. Whether we like it, whether we like it or not, every person is given the same 24 hours in a day. Now, what you do with those 24 hours will make all the difference in the world.
So based on what you're saying everybody starts off at the same starting blocks. Do you really believe that?
Are we all human?
We're going to have order in the
So you
committee.
believe
Can't
that?
have outbursts.
I'm asking the question.
No, you can't answer me a question.
No.
I can ask you the questions. You really believe that everyone starts off at the same?
I believe that everyone starts off with the same 24 hours in a day.
I'm not talking about.
And what they do, as long as God wakes me up,
I'm not
I have
talking
the
about-
same
I'm not talking about
opportunity.
24 hours. I'm talking about opportunity.
And that's where, and that gets me
So
to my,
You believe that everyone
No,
starts off with
I
the same
want-
opportunity?
you said-
Hold it, please. Hold it.
equality and
Hold it,
opportunity.
hold it. So you believe everyone starts off with the same opportunity, right?
And we fight for equality and opportunity.
I think Dr. Adams or Mr. Adams, you believe?
Mr. Please.
Okay. What are your thoughts about this equality model?
I would focus on equality of treatment, especially since we're here in the Higher Education Committee, Senator. I think that people come in finishing high school with different levels of achievement, and those different levels of achievement are often due to what happened during the early years in the K-12 years. So I think it would be a mistake, Senator, to then say people coming in need to be treated differently, unequally, because of unequal experiences they had up to that point.
Well, thank you for that. In terms of people coming in differently, let me give you an example. I was one of the architects of the top 10% law, because I was trying to find, frankly, something neutral, okay? Basically, allowing people or young people who finish in the top 10% of the class, regardless of where they lived in the state of Texas, an opportunity to attend the top universities in the state, okay? And yes, some of them may very well have not been as well prepared as others, but they finished in the top 10% in the circumstances that they found themselves. And so, from that vantage point, it would seem to be fair, from an equality model, that they be treated equally in terms of opportunities that they were given. And if some of them needed to make up some space, then you make up the space. All right. Now, but when you look at the issue of equality as I look at it from, specifically as it relates to employment, let's just stay there for a second. I want to make certain, as Dr. King has always said, let's judge a person by the content of their character, their merit, okay? But in many instances, and help me with this, African Americans, Latinos, and others hadn't been able to even get into the room to be considered for jobs, okay? Am I right about that?
Well, what I really appreciate about a positive view of affirmative action and hiring is making sure that you look for candidates from everywhere you can find them.
That's exactly right. Isn't that, and that's what I see as part of what DEI is all about. You know, you bring people in to be considered, and then the best person, based on their merit, get the opportunity. Is that not what should happen?
To me, Senator, that's not what a DEI office in higher education does.
Well, I didn't ask you what it does. If it does something different, we need to change it, not throw it out.
So I would prefer, Senator, that human resources departments, which don't need DEI, can do what you just said.
Okay, well, that's fine. And, you know, but DEI can also have a branch of human resources in it, too. But what I'm saying to you is this. It seems as though, and hopefully, let me know if we agree or disagree, that you should have instances where people get an opportunity to participate and be considered for job opportunities at universities.
I completely agree with that on the individual level.
Okay, but so then help me with this, Sherry. When you look at Texas and look at the number of professors that are African American or Latino, and we see the dismal numbers, are we saying that there are not sufficient number of persons of African American or Latinos that are qualified, or that they've been consciously disregarded? And we need to have efforts in order to make certain they sit down at the table and are considered.
I think the point that Chairman Creighton was trying to make is no, that number is not adequate. And I would suggest to you, since we've had active DEI programs in Texas since 2010, that would be one example of how DEI is not effective. Another thing that I think you might want to look at, Senator West, that I've been looking at, is we know that about half of the kids that are scoring 10% in the top 10% are African American or Latino, but a big chunk of those kids don't go to college. And one of the things that some college administrators speculate about is rather than recruiting those kids, the investment is made in DEI programs.
Yeah,
The investment is made in DEI. We're not going after those kids. The other
What?
thing that you said,
You said that instead of going after the kids, the investment is made in DEI programs?
what I'm pointing out to you
have
is
some
you're
sanitation?
saying, the question I think I'm answering, Senator,
Okay.
you're saying the numbers are not good. And you're right, the numbers are not good with faculty, the numbers are not good with students. And what I'm suggesting to you is you've had DEI on Texas campuses, in some cases, for 20 years. So one thing we need to look at is if that's our goal, we're not achieving our goal.
Okay, so what do we do?
Well, one of the things that we can do is acknowledge what I think you're saying, which is we don't start in the same place. We're trying to change that. That's what we were doing earlier today with Senate Bill 8. We want people to have better public schools. That's one way that we're going to have better
I'm not going
kids in
that
higher ed.
rabbit trail again.
Okay.
Go ahead. So
But-
what do we do?
but you're right.
The reality is, you and I have been around here for a while, okay?
Yes, we have.
And we've been dealing with these issues ever since Mays was probably 10 years old. We've been dealing with these same issues, okay? We've been dealing with it where we've had universities say they're hamstrung by Supreme Court or federal court decisions, okay? We've been dealing with the same issues. And here we are tonight, right before Good Friday, dealing with the same issue again. And we don't have the results. So I'm asking you here, you're saying do away or something, do away with the what do we do? Dr. Carson?
Well, I'm glad that you're persistent on this. It's very important.
Absolutely.
Very important for me as well. Solutions are what we need and not names. I think sometimes we get diverted by calling things different things. But, you know, when I was in medical school, the first set of comprehensive exams I did really poorly on. And I was sent to see my counselor. And he said, "You seem like a very intelligent young man. I bet there are a lot of things you could do outside of medicine." And he tried to convince me to drop out of medical school. He says I wasn't cut out to be a doctor. I was devastated. I prayed, I asked God to help me figure out what was wrong. I said, "What kind of classes have you always struggled in? What kind of classes have you done well in?" And I realized I struggled in classes where I listened to a lot of boring lectures, because I don't get anything out of boring lectures. And I did well in courses where I did a lot of reading. So I made an executive decision to skip those classes and to spend that time reading. The rest of medical school was a snap after that. And years later, when I was back at my medical school as the commencement speaker, I was looking for that counselor, because I was going to tell him he wasn't cut out to be a counselor. Because, you see, that was the problem. It wasn't a problem with me intellectually. It wasn't a problem with anything other than the fact that I needed a different approach. Now, my medical school has recognized that subsequently, and they have a variety of different mechanisms so that people who learn in different ways can function very well. Those are the kinds of things that we need to be looking at rather than trying to artificially fit people into other people's mold.
As soon as everybody else has some questions, Stephen. No?
Thank you, Dr. Carson. I did have one. You know, we've talked a lot about achievement and merit and you know, how that's important. And could you maybe speak a little more on, you know, our institutes of higher education are supposed to be about excellence through achievement, and merit is a part of that, you know, where you've got to put in the work to achieve that. How this has impacted merit in our institutes of higher education.
Well, merit is incredibly important. And, you know, one of the things that some people seem to think is that certain minorities, particularly blacks, may be not able to achieve at a high level. And I think that myth has been largely disrupted over the last few decades, so that anybody who's discriminating now on the base of race is just doing it because they're an evil person. It's not because of some inherent belief. We know better than that at this stage of the game. So what I think we need to recognize is that merit is important. You know, if you are going to be on an airplane, you want to know that that pilot knows all the important functions of that plane, all those buttons to push, when to push them, all that. He needs to know that, or she needs to know that. They need to know that. Same thing if you're going to have your brain operated on. you're not going to be particularly interested in somebody who says, I'm a really good guy. I can't pass that test. I don't know how these things work, but I do know that you have a brain, and you should let me operate on it. No, that's not going to work. And I don't think Senator West or anybody else would advocate that we put people in those positions who are not fully qualified to do them. And I think where the discussion needs to lie is how do we make sure that's the case and make sure that we have an adequate number of people, not artificially just sticking people in a position so that we can achieve a number. You know, you look at the number of black males applying to medical school over the last several years, it's been going down. You know, it's an intake problem. We need to figure out why are we not having these individuals applying to medical school, and why are we not preparing them along the way? Those are the things that I think are important, rather than just saying we need to dump this number of people in here to achieve a certain number.
Well, then, do you mind, Senator?
Yeah.
So
Senator
then,
West?
why don't we reform these programs to do exactly what you're talking about? I agree with you 100%. That's just like, I think in Houston, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Miles, they had the DeBakey School, where students, I think from the 8th grade, are put into the pipeline, okay?
Yeah, that's what we need to be doing.
And that's what we need to be doing. And so these types of programs, this type of program should be reformed and make certain we do those types of things.
Well,
And then on top of that, we have in the state of Texas what we call the joint, I passed a bill a few years ago, the JAMS program, Joint Admissions Medical Program, where students, at least 2 students, hopefully I got some more money for that, but.
We're working on it.
We're working on it. Where students from every university, at least 2 of them, can go through a program to go to medical school.
Right.
All right?
And it's that kind of preparation that will get us where we need to go.
That's
We need to start earlier, and we need to prepare people rather than having a situation where we have to leapfrog people into a position that they're not ready for.
Okay, now, let me ask this question. Do you mind, Senator Mays? Middleton? How do we reform these types of, these DEI programs? And some of the things you're talking about, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I agree that there shouldn't be any discrimination, okay? Right. I mean, the fact is that that's the problem. That's the reason why we're here today, because there's been discrimination, historical discrimination. And we're trying to figure out how to fix it without doing damage to someone else.
Well, we've always been a compassionate people. We've always given a hand up to the underdog. I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal some years ago called Compassionate Action, as opposed to affirmative action, which means that we don't base, special programs and treatment on a person's race, but we do look at the circumstances from which they come.
Geographical location.
We look at the circumstances. And that's much more in line with the American way.
So you think
So
this program, I'm sorry.
there's no question that under the current situation in which we live, certain minorities would benefit more in a situation where you were giving a hand up to somebody who came from a disparate program. But you can't let the difference be too great. I mean, I'm talking about if somebody has a 3.9 GPA and they came through a very difficult situation, and somebody has a 4.0 GPA and they've had everything that you can possibly give them, I think we have to look very carefully at that 3.9 and understand the circumstances from which it comes. But that comes from compassion.
So is that synonymous with equality?
Well, it's not. Yeah, that's much more consistent with equality than it is with equity. Equity means we have to have, the same outcome, and we're not going to have the same outcome. And for any race of people, or any group of people, or within that group of people, you're not going to have the same.
So should these institutions that have these programs go back and kind of rethink what they're doing? as it relates to
Well, that's what
some
I'm saying.
activities.
That the answer really lies, because you want the same thing as Senator Creighton wants and that everybody else wants. Senator Middleton, they all want the same thing. And I don't think we really need to be making this something that we're at odds on. I think we need to sit down and look at the facts and look at the facts and consider them. Consider what Senator Creighton was saying about how the black students felt at Texas A&M in 2015. 82% of them felt that they belonged there, that it was a welcoming environment. In 2019, after DEI programs had been fully invested, the number was 55%.
Well, you know, I don't know that for a fact. I'll
No,
take the
those are
numbers.
the stats.
Well, those are stats. You're not stats. Is that 2 or 3 people or what? Okay. So the point is that I've spoken with black students at A&M personally, okay, and know that they feel as though some of the persons I spoke with, and it's not a random sample, it may not have been a large enough sample, that they have problems down at A&M, okay? And there are some students that have gotten into the culture and they're Aggies. I mean, they're Aggies, okay? Which is fine, and that's what we want them to do. But the reality is this: why throw the baby out with the bathwater when we can take this and try to make certain that some of the goals and objectives of this bill are accomplished by reforming the programs on campus?
Well, I personally believe that, we wipe that slate clean, we determine what our goals are, and we sit down and figure out how we're going to work together to get there. And we
Well-
use the statistics that exist to help us get there. We use the facts. We don't use ideology.
Do you know how many times we've wiped the slate clean and started over? Yeah, and I know you know. I mean, we're almost the same age, okay? We've wiped the slate clean and start over. That's what we do. And say we're going to have a new program as opposed to trying to fix the programs that we currently have. to make
Well, you
s-
learn from what you've have happened before.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So why turn around and wipe it clean as opposed to trying to fix it and learn from what has happened before, sir? That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to both of you, I appreciate the opportunity for Senator Miles and I to sit in on your committee. To the panel, first of all, Dr. Carson, the story of the counselor that you went back to look for that told you maybe as bright as you were, you should have think of something outside of medicine is a story that so many minority young people have heard years and years and years, and from the days where, they were directed towards careers in shop, as we used to call it a long time ago, and other things, and not necessarily college. And I think what I've heard from most of you on the panel is that your issues more or less with the nomenclature, but you're not opposed to us looking for diversity, and that you're interested in us growing the numbers. The problem that I see, and I love the analogy of the Kentucky basketball game and the UTEP basketball team, because that was a risk that coach took to have a diverse team, to start a team, the first team that ever started in the NCAA all-black team. The issue for many of us is that, I looked it up, Royce or Senator West, you worked on that topic pursuit back in 1997. And so year after year after year, we've been asking for the statistics at universities in terms of how are your student body diversity, your faculty diversity, your contracting diversity. And I think we've tried so many different things, and we don't seem to get any improvements. My concern with this legislation is not so much what it's called, but I think my consternation is that we're going away. We're turning our back on actual diversity. Now, I have heard that I didn't get that feeling from y'all, and my concern is that if we look towards a meritocracy, then we do get to that point where maybe someone says that 4.0 is more should have the better opportunity. If they had the 4.0, they're higher than the 3.9. And the issue is that COVID taught us is that not everyone's situation in their homes are equal. And some folks in different parts of our state and our nation, mom and dad are college graduates or professionals, and they have 3 or 4 computers at home, and they have broadband. And in some households, there is no computer, or there's one computer or smartphone, and both parents are working. And so therefore, it's so much harder for some people in some communities to be able to make that 3.9 that you talked about.
Yeah.
And so that's my concern, Dr. Carson, and I do appreciate the fact that you said we should give a little harder if that 3.9 that had to, overcome some difficulties.
Yeah, one of the things I think we should point out is that in my lifetime, things have changed dramatically in this country, and we should acknowledge that. You know, when I was a kid and a black person came on television in a non-servile role, that was a big deal. You called everybody into the living room, everybody looked, this is really something. Today, in the same lifetime, you have black admirals and generals and CEOs of Fortune 500 companies and heads of foundations. We've had a black president, black vice president. To say that things have not changed is ridiculous. We have certainly not reached nirvana. And what we really need to do, again, is sit down and look at the facts, look at the things that work versus the things that don't work, and be objective about it, not make ourselves into enemies about it, and fix it.
Senator Miles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to be here and have words. Dr. Johnson, unless my public education failed me, I do believe the first writing of the Declaration of Independence, when it was written, we were considered property, and African Americans were considered property and not human beings, as you quoted. As to the panel, I think, Texas has a problem. We want to kill programs and dead programs when the problems, as we all talked about in the past, can be simply surgically removed. Instead of killing the whole program, we can surgically remove the problems that exist in DEI. We've had conversations with some of the leadership of some of the state universities, and they too, in closed doors, agree with us that this could have been worked out internally and not a statewide policy or change or law change. That some of these problems with DEI could have been worked out just internal inside their institutions. I'm glad to hear your Secretary say that these things should be worked out and that we should sit down in a room and work them all out together. DEI is important, if for nothing else but perception, for young African Americans, young minorities, to say to them, you are welcomed at these universities. You spoke about, the graduation rates and some of the students that could qualify to these universities, but are not even applying or going to these universities. It's because of things like this nature, of removing DEI. Perception is everything, especially to our young kids. When they see more of us there, they can understand that there's a welcome mat out there for them instead of a stop sign. So I'm happy to hear you say that these things could be worked out. And they could be worked out under the auspice of DEI. But yet we're sitting here today, Mr. Chairman, trying to remove it instead of working through it. We can't undo what's been done. But in moving forward, we can always work to fix, colleagues. We can always work to fix and improve and enhance to make this place what we call the great state of Texas even greater. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Springer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know y'all don't have the committee sub and hadn't looked through the bill, but when one of the sections I'm sort of looking at right now, it talks about where we require people to participate in programs. But not all of them, I think, are always requiring, but, we're going to have this program, but sometimes, tell me if you've seen this in action, you weren't required to participate, but if you didn't, you weren't going to get promotions, you weren't going to get whatever the case may be. If you could maybe speak briefly to that.
Well, DEI is heavy-handed. That's part of the problem. It says you must do this, you can't do this. Make people feel uncomfortable expressing themselves. People are not hired if they don't subscribe to a certain philosophy. That's the problem with it. Like I said before, we all want diversity, we all want inclusion, but we need to do this in a way, and the reason I say wipe the slate clean is because the atmosphere has been poisoned by what has happened already. So that's why it's so important to define what your goals are, and then to be able to sit down and use the facts that you have and use the learning that you have to craft something that works.
I would add that my understanding of the way the bill is written is that a ban on a mandatory statement or mandatory training is what's in the bill, rather than what some may think is a ban on voluntary talking with one another about these issues. In my view, the bill is written pretty carefully to ban as closely as possible to what the feds ban.
Right. So mandatory training. Thank you.
Senator Creighton?
Yeah, Adam, I was going to ask you just, what's the legality of mandating to prospective employees to sign a loyalty oath on equity prior to being considered for hire?
It's very likely unconstitutional. I'm not an attorney, but I'm attorney adjacent because of my work. And from the 1950s on, we said we cannot make a professor reveal that they're a member of the Communist Party. We can't even really ask about political affiliation in that way because it leads to viewpoint discrimination. And we may not like someone's point of view, but that can't be a reason for discriminating against someone. So if it's a voluntary statement, that's probably not going to be unconstitutional, but within your rights as the legislature to enforce.
Has your organization had any studies published on just how students feel on Texas campuses or campuses in general?
So my previous organization, FIRE, has written 3 very large studies of tens of thousands of students, which include many Texas students. And so there are many Texas institutions in that set of studies that I referenced, and I could send you the links or the reports. But students, by and large, feel very uncomfortable speaking about very key issues on campus because of a culture of self-censorship.
For reprisal or just being canceled or what?
Students are very often early in their career and life, and so they're not as used to standing up for themselves. And so part of it is just empowerment. They don't feel empowered to speak in front of a professor or even with one another because they're afraid that someone will say, well, you said something offensive. So rather than being empowered to say, you know what, this is actually my view, they self-censor. And we, instead of having DEI officials who encourage that, we need empowerment officials to say, I'm teaching you how to stand up for yourself in the jungle.
It seems like free speech would be paramount on university campuses in Texas and the highest of priority above almost anything else, right? But I just wondered what you found in some of the studies that had been commissioned. And Dr. Carson, I was just going to ask you what have you seen in how medical schools have evolved and just what is DEI's role in curriculum and also hiring, and just what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it's been disturbing. You may remember the story last year at the University of Michigan at the white coat ceremony. That's when the first-year students get their white coats and they're supposed to actually officially be moving down the right track to become a doctor. and half the students walked out because the keynote speaker was pro-life. Now, how can you be a doctor if you can't stand to be in the room with somebody who you disagree with? You know, those are the kinds of things that are being taught, and those things really need to be.
In all due respect, you're saying that the medical staff there taught the students?
Well, they create an atmosphere where people are allowed to behave in that way. That's the problem. That this is what's going to hurt us as a nation. We're a very strong nation. The only thing that can really destroy us is division, and this is being used to create division. That's a real problem.
And are there loyalty oaths or, required statements for those that are hired, the students that apply for our medical schools? Are we seeing the same types of actions taken in curriculum that's being developed for medical schools?
There is definitely a tendency for people to go in the same direction and try not to rock the boat.
Yeah.
And, there are consequences for those who do, and that's problematic.
How would this bill help ensure the protections afforded in the Civil Rights Act of 1964?
Well, I think basically what this bill is doing is removing those things that steer people into a monolithic type of thinking. We don't need monolithic thinking. We need people who think out of the box. That's the reason that in America, 90% of the life-changing inventions over the last century and a half have come from this country, because we created that atmosphere, not because we had people all thinking the same way and fitting into the same box.
Yeah, and Ms. Sylvester, you mentioned something earlier about marshaling the resources that are deployed currently to DEI and channeling that to outreach. I know we had testimony from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in our education hearing this session that talked about how there were 3,000 students in Texas that were Black or Hispanic, Latino, that were top 10% performers in their high schools that did not seek a higher education opportunity. Some of them were top 6% performers in their high schools. And so I think the point that you were making, correct me if I'm wrong, I was hoping you would expand on it, is we need to marshal our resources to reach out through outreach to find those students, to make sure that they have the opportunities for equal opportunity and advancement in pursuit, and motivate them and encourage them that pursuit is possible, and that there is so much established to support them and lift them up. And that outreach through those dollars used, those tremendous dollars that are invested in DEI, that are used for purposes that aren't accomplishing that right now, could be channeled and deployed in a way that we all are aligned on our expectations. Hiring on merit, pursuing, certainly, it's outside of this bill talking about admissions, but I was following up on a point that you made earlier.
And Chairman Creighton, that follows up on Senator West's point, and also
If you could, use the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Sylvester,
The answer also follows up on Senator West's point about being welcoming and the issue of perception. We want those students to want to be on campus. What we have not said about DEI is that it creates a new kind of inequality, because it teaches students, and they learn this through trainings, through DEI offices, through DEI in the curriculum, that really our society is divided into two groups. We have oppressors and the oppressed. That's the division. That's why those numbers changed at Texas A&M, where people came in, they felt like Aggies, all was good. Then if you sit there for 5, 6, 7 years and people tell you you're oppressed, then all of a sudden you don't feel like you belong. Senator Miles is absolutely right. It's about oppression. This is a strategy. As you said, Senator West, we've been doing this a long time. Lots of strategies to end racism and sexism. And I've been there. I know you have been there. This is one that hasn't worked. We have no evidence that DEI is working to get us more minorities in faculty or lifting up our diverse population, get them into colleges like we want. We just don't have any evidence that
And
it's
I
working.
think people that might have first glance at this bill might interpret it to be an attack, but yet at the same time, the rhetoric we are using, the different things that we are exchanging and ideas and possibilities for exchange, revise, reform, remove, renew, a lot of the goals we're talking about collectively are aligned.
Equality.
So
Yeah.
the knee-jerk reaction to the policy is not necessarily at first glance always what it seems. I think the power and the incredible outcomes of a hearing like this will help, and we'll hear from many others, and they're next. Just what exactly we need to do. Replace and start over, revise, or somehow continue to work together to understand if it's destructive, if it's tainted, if it's identified by most as not working and achieving the goal. What can we do? How can we be better? Thank you to each of you. Appreciate that very much.
Mr. Chairman, let me just.
Senator West.
Thank you. I concur, and I look forward to working with my colleague on this. We can't start off scrapping and start all over. We continue to do that over and over and over again. And the fact is that it's going to be interesting to hear what other people say about DEI, whether it's working or not working. But I think there's consensus. You collectively believe in diversity, correct? Is there anyone here that does not believe in diversity?
The most important part of diversity is viewpoint diversity on a college campus.
I'm sorry.
On a college campus, Senator, viewpoint diversity is really what makes a college thrive.
So you just believe in viewpoint diversity? Do you believe in ethnic diversity?
For the sake of a college thriving, you can do a first cut and look at numbers or trying to grow.
So, I mean, that's a yes or no question. Do you believe in ethnic diversity? That's what I'm asking you.
For what purpose, sir?
All right, Sherry, do you believe in ethnic diversity?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I live in Texas.
Dr. Carson? Of course. Okay. Do you believe in inclusion?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Carson? So the issue we have is equity. And what I'm hearing all of you say is that it shouldn't be equity, it should be equality. Am I right about that, Dr. Johnson? Adam?
Yes, Senator.
Sherry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And going back to what Dr. Carson was talking about, I really hope that what we can do is to take this document and figure out how to fix it. Does it need to be fixed? Is it broken? Yes, based on some of the things that we've been told that have occurred. But simultaneously with that, we've got to make sure we get the resources to do the things that we're talking about. Otherwise, it's just going to be another meeting with a bunch of people here until midnight, and we do nothing about it. So I'm hoping that we do something about it, get something done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, any other questions or witnesses? All right, we'll move on.
Thank you very much to
Thank
the
y'all
panel.
for coming. Okay, the chair calls Brian Talley, Taylor Sembrano, Julia Brookins, Brooke Chambers,
Does it matter what one?
and then chair calls Katie Williams.
I'm hoping that we can fix this deal. Things up.
Okay, we'll start with Katie.
But I'm telling you, I respect it.
Katie?
I'm listening.
Hello.
Thank you. If you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Okay. Hello, my name is Katie Williams. I'm here as a private citizen, but I am also a member of the Texas State Employees Union, and I am a graduate worker in communication studies at the University of Texas. I have waited here for over 13 hours today to testify against SB 17. This bill eliminates all DEI practices, programs, and offices at universities in Texas. Penalties include dismissal, regardless of tenure status, and dismissed faculty cannot be hired for 5 years. I'm here to testify that SB 17 is a direct attack on academic freedom at public universities in Texas. Academic freedom is a pillar of democracy and the common good. A central purpose of academic freedom is precisely to support diversity, equity, and inclusion. The right to bring different perspectives to the classroom and to dissent reinforces the strengths we all gain from the broadest possible exposure to the human experience. If this bill went through, I might have to change how I teach my entire course. I teach a class titled Speech in American Culture that examines rhetorical expression throughout U.S. history. We've heard testimony today that DEI creates a chilling effect, that some students feel nervous voicing their views in front of other students. Firstly, in my experience, that is not true. Maybe it's just a coincidence that I've just happened to have courageous students who are willing to speak their mind even when they know their opinion is unpopular. But second of all, even if that were true, DEI does not and cannot force students to walk on eggshells. So doing away with DEI will not change how those students feel, but it will limit the material opportunities that support students and faculty alike, including but not limited to classroom accessibility, culturally relevant programming and community building, offices that address the unique needs of veterans, first-generation students and rural students, mental and physical health clinics, offices that assist students in addressing harms such as harassment or violence, and training that can help faculty such as myself teach and mentor a diverse student body. Our history is a living history, one that we all participate in, and we all benefit from all of the voices in our democracy, so please protect it and vote no on SB 17.
Thank you, Katie. Taylor?
Oh, Brooke.
Julia?
Brooke.
Brooke, okay,
Yeah.
Brooke. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. If you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
I'm Brooke Chambers. I'm against the bill, and I'm representing myself. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 17. I'm here as a multi-generation Texan who has been a social work student and professor at the University of Texas. This is something I'm quite proud of, and I have benefited greatly from the relative accessibility and high caliber of public higher education in Texas. As a Texan and an educator, I also value intellectual freedom, something I think we can all agree on. The public higher education system here has allowed me to engage with a broad range of topics and perspectives that have helped me grow into the intelligent, free-thinking person that I am today. When it comes to SB 17, I want to talk about social work education. Social work programs require adherence to certain national standards to obtain accreditation. Social work educators are required to uphold and train students according to the Council on Social Work Education Competencies. CSWE's Commission on Accreditation is the sole accreditation agency for social work schools in the U.S. One of their primary educational competencies is to engage anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion in practice. Another is to advance human rights and social justice. SB 17 creates some clear barriers here and may put social work educators who uphold these competencies at risk, forcing them to choose between ethical professional standards and their jobs. U.S. News and World Report ranks UT Social Work School number 7 in the nation. We are leading here. There's a lot to lose. SB 17 threatens our accreditation, respectability, the quality of social work education, and consequently the quality of social service delivery for our most vulnerable Texans. Not to mention, social work licensure in Texas requires graduation from a CSWE accredited program. Now I'll speak to my own experience as a bisexual female and disabled professor with high student pass rates. DEI initiatives help me and those like me to feel supported and succeed as educators. This would be a tragedy and would harm all Texans for generations to come. Please don't advance SB 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brookins.
Good evening, I nearly wrote good morning. I don't know what I was thinking. Hello, my name is Julia Brookins. I'm Special Projects Coordinator at the American Historical Association. I'm speaking today on behalf of the organization. The American Historical Association registers strong objection to SB 17. This bill would not only enable but require new classroom-level intervention by boards whose expertise and responsibilities lie elsewhere. I'm talking about Section D7, where it says each governing board shall approve or deny each course in the core curriculum at each institution under the board's control and management. One wonders what the overseers will be looking for. Course plans already go through layers of vetting by faculty committees who are knowledgeable in the content areas and administrators who are well-versed in the institution's mission and goals. This requirement represents a level of surveillance and implied censorship that has no place in a republic noted for its admirable commitment to academic freedom and innovation. SB 17 is not only a danger to the quality of history education, it poses a threat to public higher education itself. It would inappropriately inject governing boards into decisions about faculty hiring, an intrusion across the boundary of governance and management in any nonprofit entity. And that's Section D8. Mandating that boards of governors add course approvals and job ad reviews to their agendas is also an inefficient and ineffective deployment of state resources. It would add appreciably to the bureaucracies already in place while providing no public benefit. It is an outright misuse of the governing board's limited time and attention. If the members of this subcommittee are interested in genuine innovation in history, teaching, and learning, the AHA, the nation's oldest and largest membership organization of historians, stands ready to help. We've been organizing a free conference here since 2015 based on the history core courses, and you are all invited.
Thank you, Brian. Callie?
So I have a 3-minute speech, and I have 2 minutes to do it, so this is out the window. I'm going to talk tonight about politics. DEI has been hijacked by politics. And I'm going to the end here. The meaning of the words diversity, equity, and inclusion have been inverted to mean something highly exclusive, lacking diversity of ideas or politics, and seeking to force outcomes instead of meritocracy. In order to be inclusive, organizations and institutions are often forced to adopt this critical mindset within policy to force adherence to a neo-Marxist political ideology to transform society into forced outcomes based on political agenda. In the year 2020, a diversity, equity, and inclusion program was adopted by our partisan school board, which, by the way, is not diverse at all. And they, forgive me, I'm losing my place. And one of the first things that they did was bring in a college professor as a DEI consultant. He was a critical race theory expert from Columbia University, the original U.S. higher education institution who hosted Herbert Marcuse and Max Horkheimer of the Frankfurt School of Germany, both Marxists, with Horkheimer being the founder of critical theory. The point of mentioning that, through the DEI program, sexually inappropriate books with graphic and vulgar sexual content and far-left political activist materials were promoted to minors without parents' permission, including my daughter. The DEI consultant himself held a recorded online forum to our parents explaining equity as rooted in critical consciousness. Critical consciousness means, according to Dr. James Lindsay, the author of Cynical Theories, denouncing Western civilization through Marxist analysis of social, cultural, and environmental issues. In other words, this is a concept of critical race theory that discriminates, designating people as oppressed versus oppressor, as they talked about earlier, based on group identity. Some based upon immutable characteristics such as skin color, and others based on sexual identity or preference and more. And then I'll just skip ahead and say UT faculty passed a resolution supporting the freedom to teach critical race theory in higher ed and K through 12. I would ask that you add K through 12 to this bill, and I support the bill.
Can you state your name and who you're with position on the bill?
Brian Talley. I'm just representing myself. Happy to answer any questions.
And you're for the bill?
Yes, for the bill.
Members, any questions of the panel?
Just one question. As it relates to the social work, your name again is?
It's Brooke Chambers.
May I call you Brooke?
Mm-hmm.
If this bill passes, will it impact the ability of teaching students to pass the social work competency exam?
Yeah,
Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Yes. I believe so. And I think it goes a little bit deeper than the exam as well. The CSWE competencies, you can look them up. They're really easy to find, are what we have to adhere to in social work education. Okay, so DEI, I mean, I read it out. One of them explicitly is anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, this has been around for a long time in social work education, not since the beginning of DEI offices, in universities. This is a core part of what it means to be a social worker, is acknowledging inequities in our society and being able to provide the best possible services to our most vulnerable Texans here. So I'm really concerned about the implications it could have for the School of Social Work at UT, for instance, where we have to teach this in our class, in every single class. We have to teach these concepts. And they're a core part of our profession, and they have been for a long time.
And they make the students better professionals too, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's a national accreditation too. There's only one body that accredits social work schools. So yeah, I'm really concerned about how this might impact that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair?
Senator Menendez.
Thank you. So you made an interesting point, Ms. Chambers. The words diversity, equity, inclusion that you read in your statement are part of this national accreditation. They're part of the core competencies, I believe, that you have to teach. Because you're teaching, you're literally trying to teach social workers to be good social workers, no matter who they're working with.
Exactly, yeah.
So the concern that I have is that in an effort to fix a problem that I believe maybe there has been something, maybe something has happened that has been labeled DEI as the cause of the problem, it can actually affect how social workers can or may not be able to get accredited?
I think so. Reading the bill, it certainly came up as a concern for me.
So, and you haven't had a copy of the committee substitute. So
No, I haven't.
What we should do as this process moves forward, when you get a copy of the committee substitute, you need to provide us some feedback in terms of how this could or could not impact. Because I think what we have is an issue of two different things where maybe someone has hijacked under the label or under the description of DEI, something that's core to treating everybody equally.
Mm-hmm.
And so, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any more questions for our witnesses?
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
The chair calls Alice Yee, Monica Martinez, Samuel Jefferson, and Maria Unda. Okay, Maria Unda.
That's me.
Jenna Doan. Jenna Doan, chair calls Jenna Doan. Jenna, we'll start with you. If you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you're with.
Hi, my name is Jenna Doan. I am against this bill, and I am a PhD student at UT Austin studying educational policy and planning. I have actually lived in Texas my entire life for more than 30 years, and I have only attended Texas schools. Actually, only 60 years ago, in the Blackwell Elementary School in Marfa, Texas, Mexican-American children were punished severely for speaking Spanish. They had to sit through a mock funeral where they had to write, "I will not speak Spanish," on a slip of paper, place it in a box described as a coffin, and watch their teacher lower it into a hole in the ground. Instead of thriving on a mission of free, open, and rigorous intellectual inquiry to seek the truth, as this bill states, it is actually doing exactly what Blackwell Elementary School did. You're asking students to bury their own historical narratives and truths and not to celebrate unique differences. And quite frankly, I believe that this bill is racist. I know you prefer to bury racism too and act like it never existed. And honestly, I believe that is gaslighting people as well. And I think this bill is actually an example that systematic racism does in fact still exist today. This bill would take away DEI spaces that serve all students, students with various backgrounds when it comes to race, language, culture, students with disabilities, students that are veterans, students that are parents, low-income students, first-generation students, students that struggle with their mental health. Many people would lose their jobs because they work in these offices, and this bill would disrupt people's lives in many negative ways. By taking away DEI offices and initiatives, this bill is a disservice to all students who deserve a safe space to be supported and valued for their unique differences. I'm done. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Samuel, if you state your name, your position on the bill, and who you're with.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Samuel Jefferson, and I am here on behalf of myself and the Texas Students for DEI. I'm a lifelong Texan and current UT Law student. I stand in opposition to this bill and ask that you vote against it. As you consider this bill and my testimony, I want y'all to support it. I want y'all that support it to ask yourselves, what if we're wrong about this? Eliminating DEI programs and considerations in admissions, hiring, and support for students will hurt Texas schools and this state. Who am I to speak about the value of DEI in education? Some of you actually might know my father, Wallace Jefferson, the first Black Associate Justice on the Supreme Court of Texas and the first Black Chief Justice on the Supreme Court of Texas. That is an incredibly important honor, but for me, the biggest point of pride has been the inspiration he has instilled in generations of Texans who did not think themselves capable of reaching such great heights, including myself, who now wishes to somehow surpass him. In much the same way, DEI programs inspire and reassure students of all backgrounds that they are capable of anything they set their minds to. These programs support veterans, disabled students, first-generation Americans, foreign exchange students, international students, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. While the bill makes exceptions for veterans and students with disabilities, it fails to replace or create systems to support them and does nothing for those other aforementioned groups. DEI programs prepare students to interact with all of these groups, directly and indirectly, benefiting students from all walks of life. When students cross the stage, these programs equip students with the skills necessary to participate in our diverse melting pot of a society. Retaining these programs means retaining strong recruitment of the fullest range of bright minds from people in all communities. Just the threat of removing these programs has students coming to admitted students, say, at law school, asking me if these are going to affect their education. And I told them that it would not, because I was going to come here and talk about this and hope for you guys to stop this. One of the things that I think that this will do is make Texas just another copycat of other states rather than being those boisterous, confident trailblazers that Texans are. If I can finish, as a beneficiary of and witness to the positive impacts provided by these programs, and as a proud Black Texan, I implore you all once again to vote against SB 17.
Thank you, Maria.
You've really grown up.
I got a little bigger.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria del Carmen Unda, and I am a doctoral candidate at UT Austin in the College of Education. I am going to graduate in May. I'm very excited. So I come here representing the Texas Legislative Education Equity Coalition. And we are a coalition of 39 undersigned organizations, the paper just passed around, that oppose Senate Bill 17. And it prohibits colleges and universities in Texas from performing any duties aligned with DEI policies and initiatives. DEI policies and initiatives are supported by campuses and include efforts to intentionally create diverse and inclusive learning environments for all students, particularly those who are first generation, undeserved, and marginalized backgrounds, feel respected, valued, and supported as they navigate their higher education journeys. They are also embedded in sets and practices and policies that are widely recognized in industry standards for academic accreditation, targeting student success program and the NCAA Division I participation, and ensure students federal protections against discrimination, including through programs for Title VI and Title IX protections to provide accommodations for students with disabilities. I am also applying for a national science National Science Foundation grant, NSF. And at the moment, I have to talk to them because even though I completed the application, which is a very rigorous, very research-based application for a coding program that I teach in the summers, I have to talk to them now because part of their component is that we have to promise as an organization to have diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that's $2 million that we might not be able to get to see because of these laws and policies. And these are for coding programs for students in the elementary and middle school levels in the Austin Independent School District. I'm part of a lot of student collectives here at UT, and we're gonna have a school walkout in a couple of days if you guys pass any of these anti-DEI initiatives. One last thought, passing Senate Bill 17 is overt systematic racism and discrimination towards the Black and brown community.
Alice, if you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you're with.
Yes. My name is Alice Yi. I'm here to testify in opposition of SB 17 on behalf of Asian Texan for Justice, a nonprofit organization, and myself. I also just received the news yesterday. Our ATJ is proud to receive the Outstanding Community Engagement Award from the UT Austin Division of Diversity and Community Engagement. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are American values that contribute to a strong society and different perspective, experience, and knowledge. People of color make up 95% of Texas population growth last decades. I came to Texas 43 years ago to go to a college with a full scholarship. After 4 years after I graduated, I have been a state employee and business owner and a now nonprofit organization leader in Asian community. I have also served on Lieutenant Governor Bob Bullock's re-election campaign steering committee in 1993. I am currently a Congressman Doggett's AAPI community liaison, and on my university presidential donor list. My contribution to Texas is a perfect example of the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Otherwise, I could not be here. Unfortunately, not everyone in Texas has equal access to opportunities. Many individuals, especially the people of color, faces different barriers and racial discrimination that prevents them from reaching their full potential. Those barriers can be based on race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, disability, or socioeconomic status. We must address those inequalities if we want to build a fair and a just society. We need to promote diversity, equality, and inclusion in Texas, in all United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Senator King?
Oh, yeah, thank you. And first off, thank you to everybody who's testified so far and everybody who's going to. And it's really benefiting from listening to you. But I was just curious, do we have, and not that y'all hadn't been great, don't misunderstand me, but do we have anybody that's here from the universities or anybody that actually works in a DEI office so they can kind of tell us what they do? Do we have any witnesses like that here tonight?
Are they protected? Are they protected?
I'm sorry.
From losing their jobs?
I'm sorry. We're usually not allowed to take questions from out there, but my understanding is anybody who testifies here is welcome to testify because we've asked you to. But I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, if there was, I don't know if we might could go ahead and bring them on up if that's possible. Just anybody who works for one of the universities or colleges or works in one of those offices, I'd just kind of like to make sure I understand what they do in their roles and what their positions are. Not that y'all hadn't been great, please understand. And I like your dad a lot.
Mr. Chairman, before I think it's great, we should have resources, but before they left, I would have two questions for
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Jefferson, my concern, especially when you're being asked, should I come, are you concerned at all that you could lose accreditation at the law school if something happens with the DEI?
The ABA actually just began new accreditation standards for DEI-related programs, so yes, I am incredibly concerned. It is a very short answer. These are new requirements that are going to be upcoming for new law students coming in this next year that I had to talk to last week at Admitted Students Day to sit, and tell them, we may not have these programs here. I'm not sure how this is going to be incorporated if this bill passes.
And the lady to your right, you talked about the possibility of losing, I think you said $2 million?
Yes, I completed the application and I have talked to the National Science Foundation extensively because that's the part of it's the Race Equity National Grant, and we completed the application, which is very, very rigorous. It took me almost a year. It is a grant funding to do further research for coding classes for elementary and middle school students as it pertains here in the Austin community, which is very much needed because there's not enough, even though we are here like Austin is Silicon Valley 2.0 and we don't have enough people of color in the tech industry, and that affects the workforce and
So
the
these are
economy.
$2 million. You know what would be interesting to find out is how much more money is at risk and what else is at risk if we, out of, trying to fix, I think I loved what Senator West said earlier, of trying to fix a problem that could be surgically addressed, using too blunt of an instrument, we might be making a bigger problem, a much bigger.
So I reviewed, before coming to this meeting, I reviewed the University of Texas Austin's budget, and 20% of their annual budget comes from grants, federal grants, and only 10% comes from the state of Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions for our panel? Thank y'all for coming up.
Yes.
Before the next panel, just want to remind the audience, we can't have outbursts. Members aren't supposed to have outbursts while other members are talking too, by the way. So we're not just dealing with the audience here. I don't think that'll happen, though. But, that's disrespectful to those that are testifying because we can't hear them and maybe you can't either. And people have waited a long time to testify here tonight, but everyone's going to get their time if you're registered, and we want to hear from you. This whole process is set up to, whether we agree or disagree, we want to make your voice heard, but we want to be respectful of that and make sure that they're not outbursts. So the chair calls Victoria, I'm going to butcher this last name here, Uruguesti Hugh Lee, Alan Liu, Hamida Laddie. And then we'll call one more. Elizabeth, the chair calls Elizabeth Wheeler. Elizabeth Wheeler. And we'll start with Hugh. If you can state your name, who you're with, and your position on the bill.
Sure. Thanks so much. My name is Alan Liu. I'm a policy counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. I'm a resident of Dallas as well, so great to be here. And I urge the committee to reject Senate Bill 17. People of color across Texas face obstacles in universities. The very same universities mere decades ago that would have prohibited their attendance as students and employment as professors and staff. SB 17 would prevent these same universities from creating welcoming, inclusive learning environments that address this historic harm. DEI initiatives increase retention and graduation rates. Here's the data. For example, empirical data suggests that more racially and ethnically diverse faculty is positively correlated with minority graduation rates. In addition, multiple studies outline a positive correlation between a diverse student population and educational outcomes. They also help students learn from individuals of different backgrounds and increase innovation and collaboration. One example of a DEI initiative is right here in Austin. UT Austin's Math Master's program, which prepares students from underrepresented high schools with the skills to complete college-level math courses. SB 17 would prohibit these kind of programs that have shown to improve student outcomes. Likewise, as was spoken about earlier, prohibiting DEI initiatives would impact and implicate accreditation standards across the board. With that said, I want to be responsive to the invited panelists. Some folks have said that DEI initiatives violate the Civil Rights Act. So don't take that from me. Take it from the Department of Education, who says that DEI initiatives do not violate the Civil Rights Act. And you have a paper before you that says just that. The Department of Education says DEI initiatives do not violate the Civil Rights Act. And I heard also that Texas universities have had DEI for 20 years, right? So maybe we should do away with it. My question then is, how many years does it take to do away with 400 years of slavery? Or how many years to undo Jim Crow or segregation? So I'll stop there. Thanks so much. And yeah.
Thank you. State your name, who you're with, your position on the bill.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Hamida Labi. I am Senior Policy Counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. LDF urges you, as my colleague has shared, to reject this legislation. The formation of DEI policies and offices stem from efforts by colleges and universities to remediate historical discrimination in Texas and the United States. DEI has its roots in the 1960s civil rights movement. It acknowledges that during the lifetime of members of this committee, our nation's laws permitted discrimination. DEI policies do not provide Black professors and students preferential treatment. They constitute an essential effort to dismantle the vestiges of state-sanctioned discrimination and implement necessary corrective measures. That mission remains urgent today. The Education Department Office for Civil Rights recently clarified, as my colleague just stated, and you have the information right in front of you, that diversity, equity, and inclusion does not categorically constitute a form of race discrimination prohibited by Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Indeed, DEI programs are often adopted to remedy discriminatory conduct and foster more inclusive school environments. Inclusive school environments, which all of the witnesses earlier said that they were in favor of. Effective DEI programs not only address past discrimination, but also play a critical role in mitigating the risk of future discrimination and harassment. Even with DEI policies and programs in place, Black and Latino professors and students remain severely underrepresented at the state's flagship universities, and this bill could exacerbate those disparities. The Education Department Office for Civil Rights has received a record number of complaints of discrimination over the past year. Nearly 19,000 were filed over the past year, more than double of the previous, most of which allege discrimination based on race, sex, and disability. There are currently nearly 170 complaints of race discrimination under investigation right now for the state of Texas. Now is not the time for us to take a step backward. Vote no on Senate Bill 17. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. If you could state your name, who you're with, position on the bill.
Okay, my name's Elizabeth Skirpan Wheeler, and I'm a professor of English at Texas State University. I'm also a member of the Texas Faculty Association, but today I'll be speaking for myself. I'm here also to state my opposition to SB 17, but unlike everybody else, I will be addressing the portion of the bill that restricts members of presidential search committees to those on the Board of Regents. I joined the faculty of what was then Southwest Texas State University in 1983. During that time, we have had 3 presidential searches, ending with each with the appointments of Presidents Jerome Seppel, Denise Trauth, and now Kelly Damphouse. All those searches have been conducted under what the American Association of University Professors describes as a cooperative search by the governing board and faculty. The status of Texas State University today is a testament to the high quality of presidents chosen by cooperative search. And I think one of the main reasons for this success is the participation of faculty. No 2 public universities in Texas are alike. The most vital characteristics of Texas State are our commitments to teaching, research, and serving a diverse student body that includes many veterans and first-generation students. The people who understand Texas State best are the faculty who teach, conduct the research, and work with students both inside and outside the classroom. The faculty are also in some of the best positions to understand our students and campus culture. We are therefore very likely to know whether a presidential candidate will be a good fit for our institution. We are also among the ones who would be the most affected if the new president turns out to be a bad fit. I've heard management consultants speak of the need for a leader to get buy-in from subordinates. As 40 years at Texas State have shown me, the most effective way to achieve this is to include faculty on presidential search committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Hugh Lee, and I'm here today to testify against SB 17. I'm an immigrant from China for over 30 years and a naturalized U.S. citizen for 18 years. I came to this country in 1991 for graduate study at Iowa State University, and I had less than $900 in my pocket, but still considered rich by many fellow students from China back then. When I arrived, Ames, Iowa was a totally foreign land. I had no friend, no car, no bank account, no money, and my English was not great. And I didn't even know how to use a payphone. So you can imagine the difficulties I encountered back then, difficulties that are not very much different than, say, in rural Hispanic first-generation college students today just arriving on UT Austin campus. But I was welcomed to the campus, had support from the International Students Office and other university offices. They had policies and resources back then, not exactly called DEI back then, but with similar aspects that made my PhD study there possible, enjoyable, and successful. Today, I'm the president of Austin Chinese American Network, also known as ACAN, a local nonprofit with more than 1,000 members, the biggest Chinese American NPO in Central Texas. For the past 3 years, ACAN was able to contribute greatly to the Austin communities by providing more than $100,000 worth of PPEs for healthcare workers, policemen, firefighters, and emergency service workers, bus drivers, teachers, and students, and more than 6,000 hot meals to underserved communities during the height of the pandemic. ACAN was able to do all this because we are supported, at least partially, by generous donations from AAPI ERG groups. ERG groups supported in turn by DEI policies in a number of private companies. And because of our contributions, ACAN was awarded Community Service Leadership Award in 2021 by UT Austin's Division of Diversity and Community Outreach, the very department that this bill and Governor Abbott seek to abolish. So yes, I'm here to urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Hugh. Members, any questions of the panel? Senator Miles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question to the panel. I want to follow up on Senator King's question. Did we invite anybody from any of the DEI offices to testify? I don't think I got a straight answer on that. Did you get a straight answer, Senator King?
Oh, Senator Creighton.
I'm sorry.
Did we invite anybody from any of the universities' DEI's office to testify?
Yeah,
Were they invited?
I think we have witnesses here.
We do? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question when you
Great job.
We're just here to testify.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator
while they-
Menendez.
Thank you. While they deliberate, sir, was it LDF?
Yeah, that's correct. It stands for the Legal Defense Fund.
Okay, great, very good, very good. If potentially, do you think there might be any First or 14th Amendment issues if this bill moves forward?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, some of the programs that implement what, relates to the issues of diversity on campus, how to promote equity, again, how to address this history of discrimination and the inclusiveness across different identities. The way that those kind of programs show up in different ways on campuses manifest in several different ways. And absolutely, they were talking earlier about, viewpoint discrimination, but there are other, speech concerns related to this. And we also take this in combination with the other bills that are kind of moving along with this Senate Bill 16 as well as Senate Bill 18. These are not kind of proposed in isolation of each other, and we absolutely have concerns around the First Amendment and 14th Amendment with all three of those pieces of legislation, including this one.
And I'll just briefly add that, like we said earlier, these measures are used in some cases as remedial measures,
Right.
where there are hostile work environments. These initiatives are implemented to fix that.
Right.
So without these measures in place, what's the recourse here?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King?
Thank you. Just a question, because I'm reading the bill and it says specifically except as required by federal law. And so as my understanding is nothing can be implemented if it violates federal law. And so I'm confused as to why you think it would be a violation of the Fourth Amendment and the 15th Amendment are certainly federal law. And
Could you, I'm sorry.
well, I'm just in the bill, it specifically says that the board, the governing board of an institution of higher education shall ensure that each academic or administrative unit of an institution that lists these things, but the first thing it says, does not accept as required by federal law. So in other words, as I'm reading the bill, it specifically says you have to remove these programs or remove these offices, but you can't do anything that violates federal law. And of course, obviously the Fourth and the 15th Amendment are part of that.
I think
so it looks like it has a protection in it that says, you cannot violate the federal law in enacting any of this statute. So I guess that's why I was having confusion why you would think that would be a result.
I think we were looking for, two things. One, to be responsive to the suggestion that the existence of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and initiatives itself is a violation of the Civil Rights Act, which was stated several times earlier in this hearing. So this is to, one, clarify that that is incorrect. And secondly, the proposal itself, I think the introduction of language that says that as long as it doesn't violate federal law, does not erase all of the language that comes before that suggests a prohibition of a program helps institutions comply with federal law, anti-discrimination laws.
I guess I'm trying to differentiate between the fact that DEI are programs, federal law, the Civil Rights Act, the 13th, 14th, 15th, those are federal law. And so, but DEI is reference to programs and their initiation. So I just didn't see how removing those could be a violation of federal law. But I understand where you're coming from.
Because the DEI programs are sometimes to assist and facilitate the compliance with those federal laws.
I understand there may be programs in furtherance of that or an encouragement of that, but to remove them cannot be a violation of federal law.
No, this doesn't say that removing them itself on its own is a violation. It is clarifying that having those programs is not itself a violation, which again was stated in this hearing earlier. So that is that making it clear?
I don't think we're communicating real well, but that's great. I appreciate you.
If I could attempt one more time, Senator King. What was stated earlier is when institutions have diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, that is contradictory to the Civil Rights Act. That is what was stated here earlier today, and that it was described as another form of discrimination. What the Department of Education Office for Civil Rights is telling you in this document is that the existence of DEI and other programs, there are several other examples, this is not limited to just DEI programs. The existence and implementation of those programs, one, does not violate Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, and two, is often put in place to assist, facilitate compliance with laws that are banning discrimination on the basis of race, sex, and other protected classes. So these things work together to, again, remediate what has been historical discrimination. And I like to be careful with use of historical because, again, this has been during our lifetime. It's not, our ancestors' generations, times of discrimination. These are times that I'm sure you all can recall in your lifetime as well, and that many people in this audience can attest to. So these programs are to address those issues, and that kind of gets to what we were talking about earlier. We're not all starting from the same point, and that is the importance of these programs, is to acknowledge that and remediate that.
I got it. I was just trying to make sure that we're on the same page of understanding that if we do away with programs, if we abolish them or change them or tweak them or whatever, that is not in itself a violation of federal law. And look, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senators, any other questions? So thank y'all.
And just
Thank you.
before they get ready to go, and I'm on page 2 of the handout that has been provided, and at the top, it says determine whether activities or programs of the school or college, including diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, result in prohibited Title VI discrimination, requires assessing the totality of the circumstances in each case. That's why I'm saying let's take a laser approach on these particular programs to determine whether some activities violate Title VI. Now, it also says in the block there, Title VI does not, for example, categorically prohibit activities such as diversity, equity, and inclusion training, et cetera, et cetera. And so what we're doing is not inconsistent with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. These programs obviously are permissible. Now, the question becomes whether certain activities in the program should not take place, and I think we take a scalpel to those particular programs to figure out whether or not we need to ban those types of activities. That's what I'm saying. And there may very well be some people here, Mr. Chairman, that are in these DEI offices, and I would hope we'd be able to get them up here, but I think we need to make certain that they're on the bill as opposed to saying they're for or against it. And so from that standpoint, I'm hoping that we will agree that they're here as resources and there won't be any quote-unquote repercussions. And I think if we do that, then they'll feel comfortable coming up here and testifying.
And I'm sure people who help to execute those DEI programs and offices would love to come share their experiences and assist in that process of using the scalpel.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you all.
And on that point, too, if there is anyone here from DI department at one of our public institutions of higher education, we'd like you to come up and register as a resource witness on the bill. So if there's anyone in the audience or watching outside on your phone that's registered to testify right now, if you could come up and we'll register as a resource witness on the bill if you're in a DEI department of Public Institute of Higher Education. Got that right. Yeah.
It's late, none of us are making a lot of sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have
well,
chairman's even sitting.
if you're out there, hold that thought, and we'll go ahead and call the next panel here. Michaela, the chair calls Michaela Pernetti, Andrea Gore.
Okay.
Daniel Dar, and Carly Conroy. Michaela Pernetti, Daniel Dar, Andrea Gore, Carly Conroy. And then,
Daniel and Carly are not
since
here.
we've only got two, I'll call more. The chair calls Carolina Farina, James Howison. James Howison. We'll go ahead and begin here. If you could state your name, who you're with, and your position on the bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Pernetti. I'm speaking on behalf of myself against SB 17. I'm a PhD student here at UT studying education policy. I'm not from Texas, but I was drawn here because the faculty in my department looked and acted exactly like a community I wanted to be a part of and, more importantly, belonged in. While other top education schools had one or two faculty members of color, UT's department, which is ranked sixth among public schools and 11th overall, is very diverse and unapologetically committed to equity work. SB 17 threatens this. It tells Black and brown students, staff, and faculty members that we're no longer welcome and that the research we participate in is worthless. The faculty I was so excited about are concerned about how the campus climate will change and are considering going elsewhere. As leading experts in their field, they will have the power to go anywhere they want, and with that, UT's rankings will fall and we will lose legitimacy as a department, as a university, and as a state. We heard a lot of statistics earlier talking about how DEI policies have somehow pushed us backwards, and I'd just like to provide some context and framing. Perhaps minority students at A&M felt less safe in 2019 than 2015, Because in the interim, Texas helped elect a president who called Mexicans rapists and described African and Latin American countries as, and I'm paraphrasing here so I don't get kicked out, poop holes. So many students in Texas dream of attending a school like UT, a four-year university with prestige, opportunity, where they are respected and feel like they belong. If this passes, you are telling them that Black and brown students who make up more than half of this state, that their dream doesn't matter. And I'll agree with you that these policies have been largely ineffective and that it will take more than trainings and campaigns to change campus climates and demographics, but we have a moral obligation to do more, not less. Opportunity is not a limited resource. There's plenty to go around. DEI policies don't lower the bar for Black and brown students, but removing them keeps the bar lower for white students by locking other people out of the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea, if you could state your name, who you're with, your position on the bill.
Good evening, Senators. I'm Andrea Gore. I'm here representing myself. I'm also a professor of pharmacy and a neuroscientist at UT Austin, and I'm here to testify against SB 17. I recently learned that a grant proposal I submitted to the National Institutes of Health received a perfect score of 10, and it will be funded. This will bring about $7.4 million to UT Austin. What does this have to do with DEI? Everything. All major NIH grant proposals are evaluated on a number of metrics: quality of past research, significance and potential of the proposed research, the institution, and the principal investigator's qualifications. The proposal that I'm referring to requires an explicit commitment to DEI on the part of both the principal investigator and the university, meaning a demonstrable commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Let me quote from my peer reviews to show how important DEI was in the reviewer's decision to give me a perfect score. Quote, "The strengths of the application include a significant focus on inclusion and preparation of underrepresented students from diverse communities for next generation independent careers in the environmental health sciences." In other words, DEI matters. Only 4 of these grants are awarded every 2 years. I feel confident in saying that I could not have written such a strong DEI component in my grant application, and in all likelihood would not be funded if SB 17 were in effect. SB 17 will have the unintended consequence of moving Texas's research universities from the top to the bottom of the rankings as we become non-competitive for major federal research funding. This is exactly the opposite of Governor Abbott's goal of making Texas #1 in research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, members. Any questions for our witnesses? Thank y'all. Okay, the chair calls Irene Mulvey, Alice Min, Chantal Brown, Emilio Zamora, we'll start with Chantal.
Good evening. My name is Chantal Brown. I've come to you as a private citizen, and I am against SB 17. There are many components and subcomponents that are inadequate representation of diversity, equity, and inclusion offices in the state of Texas. As someone with experience supporting a diversity, equity, and inclusion office, based on the bill's language, it fails to understand the amount of work that DEI offices do to support the infrastructure of the university. These offices do not support only ethnic minorities, but also individuals who are veterans from rural communities, non-traditional students, transfer students from community college, former foster youth, and individuals with disabilities, and even more than I can list in these 2 minutes. One aspect of my previous role in the DEI office was supporting the K-12 pipeline, assisting middle school and high school students who either identify as first generation, from rural backgrounds, poor students, and ethnic minority students, for example, to learn about STEM education through summer camps, thus encouraging these students to be able to engage in STEM majors in the future at the university. Additionally, I work to recruit students who are, for example, from former foster youth, women, ethnic minorities, and other diverse student populations for the university admissions events. Banning these offices will significantly impact public college and institutions as these offices provide individuals with financial support, mentoring, and community building, professional development opportunities for individuals whose previous educational spaces and workspaces did not offer these opportunities to them. In addition, in my past role, I supported a student veteran in his pursuit to apply and attend graduate school in a resource seminar offered by my previous office. Thus, I crafted his letters of recommendations for his applications, provided funding for his support in his research seminars and labs. Without diversity offices, this student in particular wouldn't have had the resources, curriculum, and finances needed to support his goal and make it a reality. Without these offices and the support they offer in many ways to promote belonging and inclusion, this would lead prospective students, staff, and faculty to be dissuaded from applying to Texas public institutions because they would find out-of-state colleges more attractive due to the support of multicultural identities, cultures, need-based resources, inclusive campuses, and workspaces. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd state your name, your position on the bill, and who you're with.
Yeah, before my time starts, I want you to know I've traveled here from Connecticut to speak to you for 2 minutes. Thank you. I'm Dr. Irene Mulvey. I'm against the bill. I'm the president of the American Association of University Professors. This organization, founded in 1915, is a national leader in higher ed. We oppose SB 17 because of the very negative impact it will have on higher ed in Texas. Our universities, especially research-intensive institutions, Texas has 9 public R1s, more than any other state. They're organized around the principle that teaching and research must be left to the scholarly experts. We get academic excellence because of academic freedom and shared collegiate governance. This framework, where decisions on research, teaching, and academics are left to faculty, regulated by disciplinary norms and enforced by peer review, results in cutting-edge scholarship and breakthroughs that have made American higher ed the envy of the world, globally preeminent. SB 17 will dismantle this framework in Texas. It severely erodes academic freedom in many ways, but especially with the anti-DEI provisions, and it curtails important aspects of shared governance. It will have a devastating effect on recruitment of top-tier faculty, postdocs, graduate students, and even undergraduates. Top-tier faculty won't come here. It will have a devastating effect on retention of the top-tier faculty you already have. Faculty members with opportunities to go elsewhere will go elsewhere, taking all their grant money with them. Students who want to study under these faculty will go elsewhere too, sending tuition dollars out of state. In other words, by dismantling this framework that underlies all of American higher ed, by dismantling DEI efforts and continuing to so brazenly undermine the role of faculty, SB 17 will lead to diminished educational quality that will show up before you know it in measurable ways, with faculty leaving, in rankings, in accreditation, in applications, in enrollment, and in donations. I'm strongly against this bill because of the very real damage it will do to public higher ed in Texas.
Thank you, Alice. You can state your name, your position, and on the bill and who you're with.
Okay. My name is Alice Min. I'm a law student at the University of Texas, and I'm against SB 17. I'm appalled that SB 17 calls for a university to police and punish staff and faculty. I also think that SB 17 is misguided and so vaguely worded that it could violate our freedom of expression. The bill assumes that diversity, equity, inclusion, social justice, and progressive politics are dominant or taking over institutions of higher education. I can say as a UT law student that is simply not the case. The law school is dominated by conservative thought, and the passage of SB 17 would primarily affect that ideology. Let me give you an example. The UT Law School Dean, Bobby Chesney, introduced Governor Abbott at the National Federalist Society's Student Symposium this March. SB 17 said that its purpose is to prohibit institutions of higher education from requiring or giving preferential consideration for certain ideological oaths or statements. The Federalist Society promotes conservative thought and has hosted events addressing issues of race like affirmative action or voting access. Progressive students protesting outside the symposium were told by another dean to go home, effectively ending their protest. I'm a member of the Asian Pacific American Law Student Association. Dean Chesney did not speak at our banquet or at any of our events. I'm also a member of a student group that plans a progressive lawyering conference at UT. Dean Chesney did not speak or even attend any of our events, even though we had an open invitation to everyone at the law school. Under SB 17, do these actions mean that the law school and its dean is endorsing a certain ideology and showing a preference for a certain ideology? Under SB 17, could the student protesters report the deans and potentially get them fired? Would SB 17 effectively silence the deans of the law school? This bill is dangerous. It is an overreach into academic freedom and freedom of speech and the consequences would effectively silence all forms of ideological expression on both sides. I'm against SB 17. I ask you all to vote no on SB 17.
Thank you. If you state your name, your position on the bill, and who you're with.
My name is Emilio Zamora. I am opposed to the bill. I am a full professor in the history department and hold an endowed chair of Texas history, the former president of TSHA, Texas Historical Association. I speak for myself. I wanted to first of all tell you that I didn't come here to tell you how to run your business. But given what I've heard, I just need to say this. You can't, as important as the testimonies are concerned, you need to assign some researchers to look at the literature and give you a sense of what the authors who have been looking at these kinds of programs have to say on the basis of trustworthy studies. And they also need to also help you with the language. Your language is very confusing and abstract. When you say there's viewpoint problems, we talk about perspective as a very important issue when we look to hire people. It's important to know what you're specializing in and what vantage point you're taking. That is in terms of methods, theories, and so forth. That is one example of a bad word, viewpoint. The other thing I need to say is I take offense as a professional historian and as a Mexican for y'all to be suggesting that somehow I shouldn't be there. That somehow I don't match the people that are there. I definitely do. My record is at the very top in the department of over 60 people. I am Mexican, and I bring a distinct perspective to the study of American history, which is valuable to the department. I've been able to demonstrate that. The last thing I want to say is that you need to also tell us, or maybe even ask the researchers, the independent researchers that you contract, ask them, what impact do they think that this bill is going to have on people? I can tell you based on my conversations with colleagues, people are talking about leaving. And I can tell you, too, that in all my years of teaching, working in universities throughout the country, and 3 in Texas, I have never heard a colleague or a staff person from DEI say, let's hire this person because he's Mexican, or let's hire this person because she's a woman, or let's hire this person because we like the way he sees or she sees the world. I've never seen that. To suggest otherwise is to, I think, miss the mark and to be badly informed. You cannot engage the people that come give testimony unless you're fully informed on the basis of systematic research on the subject. And you need to hire independent researchers to help you formulate the wording in your bill and also anticipate the kind of negative or positive impact that your bill might have. You're not informed.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Zamora, do you remember late 90s when Governor Pete Wilson introduced Proposition 187?
Yes.
And do you remember the exodus of higher education professors from California? I think Texas was a huge beneficiary of that.
Absolutely. I know people personally that
Yeah.
left, in part because they felt that the environment was getting very hostile.
Very
hostile to their sense of the history or the contemporary societies that they study. I think it's very important to trust fellow professionals, to know what they're doing. This is why I take offense to this as a professional. You're assuming that what we do violates all kinds of principles. We are operating on the basis of standard criteria, standards and conventional criteria and procedures. We do that as a matter of course. We are a professional group of people. The historians that I work with, as well as the staff people with DEI that have helped us with their advice in workshops.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I went
That's okay, Dr.
beyond.
Zamora, that's all right. And the lady from Connecticut that you've chose. So did someone ask you to come down, or what caused the impetus for you to come from Connecticut? I'm just curious. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we are very aware of these bills. We've done I have an analysis of SB 17, 15, 16, and 17. I mean, we're watching this very carefully because we're watching what's happening in Florida and in Texas.
So here's the question then that
Yeah.
might be better serve us, because sometimes I think sometimes reasonable people can disagree on what the outcomes of certain things are. But what we can't disagree on is, and we've heard earlier, the actual impact. And so what I'd love to see is if other states who have maybe gone down this path, if they've lost professional accreditations, professional high-quality academicians, and research dollars, if anybody could quantify that loss, because I think at some point you like you said it yourself, or someone said it. My day. This has been a very long week and a very long day. But the point is that Governor Abbott and others have said we want to have the most research in the state. We want to lead the nation. Well, we're going to lose that if we continue down this path. But if you could help us with your analysis, I think the
Right.
committee would benefit from it.
I'll,
And so
I'll talk to our research department, but it's hard to quantify sometimes these things when, you can't quantify the faculty who decide not to come here,
Right.
not to take a job here. But
Or
I will
leave.
absolutely talk to my research department.
But you know what? Maybe every researcher that has X amount of dollars that they bring, what would it mean per researcher that might leave?
Mhm.
So thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Thank
for
you.
your indulgence.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator West.
Dr. Zamora, tell us, you are familiar with DEI programs. What does a successful DEI program look like?
They've been successful at different levels. At the very basic level, they come and remind us in workshops that we have to abide by certain standards in the hiring process. That is, we have to give emphasis to merit. They suggest that in order to ensure a diverse pool of people, that we cast a wide net. We send out job descriptions all over the place. There is a correlation between a large pool and diversity within the pool. We go through the process of reducing that number until we're left with whatever we're left with. The hope is that there's a diverse pool. And these are all at one point when we have a final list of maybe 3 to 5 people, these are all theoretically equally qualified based on our need, based on the criteria we're supposed to use to make the decisions. And so the DEI programs at that very basic level are very important to us. It's very important that they bring us together. They tell us about the literature, about the law, about procedures that are already established in our profession that tell us how we should operate. Send out the job descriptions widely, create a large pool, reduce it, and then use merit at that point. And choose the best person. That's why we have one of the leading history departments in the country. This is why we have the leading Latin American studies component in the country. This is the reason why we have the major Mexican American component in the history department, because we followed those kinds of established procedures that the DEI programs advise us on. They've made it possible.
Okay, so there are ways. I'd ask you to kind of look at this bill, and I haven't heard any specificity as relates to some actions by persons that have violated DEI, so to speak. I've heard anecdotally that there have been a couple of people that's done some things that like Texas Tech, okay? And I'm trying to convince my colleagues that we don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. We need to surgically do something to make certain that different types of activities that will be inconsistent with a model program does not occur. Okay? And I would love your help in helping us to put together something like that. Okay?
Well, I think the imprecise language is one of the things that I think makes many of us nervous. Mm-hmm. Because when you have imprecise language, then the document is open to interpretation depending on.
But we don't need to go down that road right now. But if you need to kind of look at the committee substitute and help us to get some precise language. Dr. Brown and Ms. Brown,
Ms. Brown.
You know, you've worked in the DEI office before, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the activities that you talked about is normally what occurs there.
Yes.
And I heard you say basically recruitment of students. Okay, making certain that, as we were talking about, Mr. Chairman, that you go into like the middle schools and kind of get them in a pipeline, establishing a pipeline and working with that pipeline.
Correct.
That's the activities that you were aware of that were going on in the DEI office.
Yes.
Which DEI office did you work at?
I don't feel comfortable specifying the office.
Okay, fine, that's good, okay. But again, recruiting students, helping with resume writing, helping students transfer,
Yes.
things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay, and so members, hopefully, I understand that the governor's talked about doing away with DEI programs and things of that nature, but he's never been very specific about what he's complaining about or been able to show us with any specificity those types of actions. And so hopefully this is giving you a better flavor of exactly what these programs are about. And for us to do away with them would be inconsistent with what we're talking about as in terms of trained workforce in Texas. Thank you.
Any other questions of our Senator
Add
Miles?
something. I just want to remind you, one of the most successful diverse programs in the state is a 10% plan.
In the country.
Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, if I think I heard you correctly as I was coming in, you said there's no way to quantify the personnel resources that we would lose out on. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's hard to know.
It's hard
You
to
know, people may be advising their graduate students not to take jobs in Texas. You know, it's hard to know. It's hard to quantify what's not showing up.
And I'm asking this question, if anybody can answer it. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask if we can quantify, or is there any way we can get to an estimate of a quantification of how much in federal funding we could lose without a DEI program in place for research and other things.
I know my colleagues in Texas have been looking at this data today about how much money is
At stake.
How much money? My colleagues here in Texas can help with that for sure, but they're looking into how much of the budget is grant money. It's a great deal, much more than you get from the state, and
Whoa. Did I hear you say much more than we get from the state?
that's what they told me, right?
Are they here?
Yes.
Are they here to testify? No. I'm sorry, that question wasn't answered, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Well, we can wait till we call them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I think it was about twice. It was a little more than twice as much. What the state gives was around 10%, and it was a little over 20 was coming from grants. Was my recollection from our conversation, but.
Mr. Chairman has agreed to bring them back up later.
I think I noticed some witnesses that had not testified yet that were speaking on that. So
That's significant.
we'll get to
Thank you, Mr.
we'll get to
Thank you.
them. Thank you. Thank y'all. The chair calls Angela Valenzuela, Brian Evans, Roger Reeves, and Fanny Akingbala. Okay. Chair calls Claudia Torres.
What about calling Gary Bledsoe? Gary. He wouldn't answer my text. He just
And then the chair calls Ellie Mae, okay. The chair calls Gary Bledsoe, sorry.
Yeah, he never responded.
Okay, Gary, we'll start with you.
Okay. Chairman, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to appear before you. I actually have written testimony as well, and I'll provide you the written testimony there. Okay, great. I just kind of want to comment, if I might, on a few points that have been made that I think are important to each one of you that I've heard comments about. One, and a couple of comments that were made earlier, one thing that Martin Luther King said many years ago and that he wrote about in his last book before he died was that he's very much in favor of affirmative action. The first couple of speakers we had today were suggesting that his words were being taken out of context. I've even recently had a discussion with his son about that. People need to stop perverting the meaning of judging people by the content of their character. And not by the color of their skin. He was always in favor of affirmative action. Number two, the comments that have been critical of DEI programs have all been general. No one's brought one specific idea here about any specific program where there is a problem. We know that the United States Department of Education has reviewed these programs and issued guidelines and has stated they are indeed legal programs. The United States President Biden has issued a requirement that the federal agencies have these programs. They're not illegal or not unconstitutional. I think that there will be a number of lawsuits that will probably be generated on a number of different bases if this law goes forward in the way that it's currently written. And number four, I think this brings politics into the classroom. I think that what is really problematic about the law is that let me just say finally a couple of things here, if I might. I just want to turn the direction here. I think this law does ensnare potential conduct by persons who might be conservative. I think it's very broad. It's vague. It will allow for all kinds of shenanigans. But I think that what we have to look at is shouldn't we treat people who make false accusations about professors in the same way? What if you falsely accuse a professor or a staff member of engaging in conduct here and you kind of undermine their lives? I think she should be treated in the same way. What about people who discriminate? Shouldn't we say that people who discriminate should have the same type of treatment? Shouldn't there be a list for people who discriminate? Shouldn't we be able to see people who discriminate in one university so they don't go to another university as you're doing with this bill? Shouldn't we look at religion? Shouldn't we also say that you shouldn't prefer one religion over another religion? Shouldn't that be another component that's added to the bill? Why should we select biases and things that one group might have that they want to see happen and put those into the law? So I would challenge if you make it fair, and I think one of the discussions earlier indicated that there was the desire to make this bill fair. Well, the way to make it fair, I think, is to have people at the table at the very beginning. So you can sit there and say, we have an issue with DEI programs, so you can discuss equity versus equality. But you sit at the table and you don't come and have generalities that are clearly being directed against programs that no one understands what they are. And my final point here is Dr. Valenzuela and I were at a meeting at the University of Texas last week. And Dr. Smith, who is the vice president at the University of Texas, and she's not known as some liberal or anything like that, she gave one incredible explanation of what DEI programs are. And I think Ms. Husband, who's here, actually videotaped that program. And Senator, if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see if we can share that with you, because if people really want to know what a DEI program is and what it does, so we're not going out there just beating the boogeyman and trying to fight something we don't understand and don't know about. I think we ought to see that straight up from an educator who's got a very responsible position and who's got the trust of the president of the University of Texas at Austin. So and so people know what they're doing instead of going forward with the law and we don't know what DEI really is. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name, who you're with, and your position on the bill.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Angela Valenzuela, and I'm faculty at UT Austin, and I'm testifying on behalf of Black-Brown Dialogues on Policy and expressing strong opposition to Senate Bill 17. What you need to know is that we're making a documentary out of this, so you are being watched. This story is important to us. It's also important to Texas. It's important to the nation. It's important to the world, what happens here. So you are being watched. This is not just a technical issue. It's a moral issue. It's an ethical one, and is utterly premised on whether you believe or not whether there is structural oppression, structural racism. If you don't think that, then you won't understand it when we say that this is draconian legislation and it's racist. If you don't understand that, walk a mile in our shoes, okay? This is a setback for Black and brown people, for disabled people, veterans. It's not just about race, about disability, about first-gen students, rural students. Citizens of Texas deserve to know what this bill is about. Improper vetting, vague language, a recipe for disaster. We almost feel, many of us, that we have to save you from yourselves, okay? You really should heed our words. We are very much concerned about these issues of violations. What's that about? You commit one diversity violation and you're on leave without pay. A second one, you lose your job. You kind of lost it after the first one because most people can't live on leave without pay. Be that as it may, then you end up on a list. Doesn't that sound like McCarthyism, Red Scare, the House of Un-American Activities? Isn't this extreme? Why doesn't that become obvious to you? I think we should go like in the opposite direction as a state. I think a lot of us do. You know, Texas comes, someone mentioned Comanche Indians earlier, and I'll end with this. Texas comes from the Caddo Indians, and you know what it means? Friendly. It means friendly. Why don't we get back to those roots and be a friendly state, an inclusive one, a diverse one, and, you know, let's implement a vision that reflects these values.
Claudia, if you could state your name, who you're with, position on the bill.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Claudia Yanez, and I'm opposed to SB 17, and I'm here representing myself. I come before you as a lifelong Texan, born and raised in South Texas, the border specifically, and this year marks my 25th anniversary of my graduation from the University of Texas at Austin's McCombs School of Business, which invested in me as an underrepresented minority on their campus and a first-generation college student, allowing me to achieve my goal of attaining a master's degree in accounting with high honors and a certified public accountancy license in Texas, which would have been highly unlikely without their deliberate investment and support services. I'm not here to appeal to your sense of morality or social justice or about feelings. Rather, I'm here to highlight the value of DE&I policies from where I've dedicated my career since leaving the university. I've spent the last 25 years climbing the ranks of Texas high-tech industry, which is highly diverse geographically and with its workforce. And the name of the game in that industry, like most others, is innovation, the bottom line, and shareholder returns. Not politics, profit. Innovation, particularly to solve the complex challenges to compete in the global market, requires varied perspectives and voices to minimize groupthink and collaboration with others to develop products and solutions for all its very diverse customers. It's not about black or brown or pink or purple or whatever other color we've listed. It's grain, it's money, it's profit, it's providing high demand, high paying jobs. It's extremely short-sighted to put restrictions in place of SB 17 that will only serve to diminish the quality and competitiveness of public institutions of higher education in our state and undermine the state's ability to attract and retain the top caliber human capital to cultivate our economic prosperity over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. If you could state your name, who you're with, position on the bill.
Yes, my name is Brian Evans. I'm speaking for myself as a private citizen, and I'm testifying against Senate Bill 17. I'm a tenured professor of engineering at UT Austin. I'm a member of the American Association of University Professors, where I serve as the vice president of the Texas AAUP Conference. Over 800 universities, including top universities in Texas, adhere to AAUP principles of academic freedom, tenure, and shared governance. Shared governance is when faculty, administration, and the Board of Regents work together in a collegial, cooperative, trust-based way to make the best decisions for our students. Under shared governance, faculty have the primary responsibility for such fundamental areas as curriculum, subject matter and methods of instruction, research, faculty hiring, tenure and promotion, and those aspects of student life which relate to the educational process. Shared governance, which is a hallmark of a top university, means faculty serve on search committees for the president, provost, and other upper administrators. Shared governance means faculty oversee the curriculum. Shared governance means faculty manage the faculty hiring process. SB 17 creates a chilling effect on academic freedom and free speech on matters related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Penalties under SB 17 include revocation of tenure and being placed on a 5-year no-hire list. There are hundreds of top research universities in the United States that compete with Texas for faculty and students. With the erosion of academic freedom, tenure, and shared governance under SB 17, faculty and other scholars will leave for institutions in other states that protect academic freedom, tenure, and shared governance. Good students in Texas will go elsewhere to study, and good students in other states will avoid Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for our witnesses? Thank you all for joining us tonight.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator Miles.
I don't have a question. I have a statement, if it's okay. I want to thank everybody who's testifying today on this bill, on or off the bill. But I especially want to give thanks to the people who are working for the university systems presently as they testify on these bills. Thank you, and thank you, because we know what you're up against. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miles.
Chairman, I could give you one stat that you asked for earlier. I think the University of Texas gets $750 million a year in research grants, and that's 20% of their budget.
750 million.
Yeah, and that's just University of Texas. And what I understood, I think she's left, Dr. Gore, but I think Texas A&M actually gets more money. So the University of Texas budget is 12% from state revenue, and 20% of the revenue comes from the grants. And all of the private and the National Science Foundation and the National Institute of Health do have diversity requirements which would be defeated by SB 17. So that would have a huge economic impact on the state of Texas if SB 17 is passed in its current form.
If I could add, the total amount of funding in 2020 from public higher education, from our public institutions of higher education in Texas was $5.44 billion. That was our research expenditures in 2020.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
The chair calls Ellie Fisher, Melissa Smith, Dr. Angela Raven Anderson.
Did you just call my name?
Oh, I did? Okay.
I got
I'm
more to say.
sorry. I apologize.
I'll sing you a song.
Yeah.
It won't be that as Texas. I tell you that much.
Oh, we got a good panel going. Okay. Not bad.
All right.
And then
Oh, yay.
Reverend Dr. Danielle Ayers.
All right.
As well.
Where's Dr. Brown?
Look at this panel. Somebody's
All
had a
right.
pick. My mic on? I know it is.
You can state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Let's do it. Good morning, or I guess not, right? Good evening,
Almost.
Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ellie Mae Fisher. I am the first Vice President of Texas NAACP Youth and College Division, a charter member and president of NAACP at Texas Tech, and I was a I was an employee of the Texas Tech Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. If I thought coming up here and sharing a little sense of my background would be effective, I would, but I don't. So let's speak on something that seems to matter: money. I'm not a native Texan. I came here in 2018 to pursue my degree from California. I plan on attending a Texas law school next fall. In 2018, I had competitive offers from institutions in different states, yet I chose here. Now, I stay on the West Coast. I'm deeply concerned about the potential impact of Senate Bill 17 on this state's reputation and ability to attract and retain students, and I'm worried for you. How many potential students have you lost before this legislation even passes? It's always "Don't California my Texas," and now I'm here at 11 at night asking you not to Jim Crow my school? Do you know how much money I've given this state in just tuition money? If this bill were to pass, it's likely many would leave Texas in search of welcoming educational environments. Professors, students, support staff. And you know what? We're going to take our wallets with us. We're denying students access to educational opportunity before it even comes. And have you considered your precious athletes? Do you think your sports programs would be half of what they are if students didn't think that they would be supported beyond a school-issued jersey? Guess what? I'd choose Bama too. Just the proposal of this bill sends a message that Texas isn't interested in providing high-quality education, leading to a decline in the thought that Texas has any educational value at all. You can't afford to ignore the importance of DEI in education. We must recognize these policies as critical for preparing students for success in this increasingly interconnected world. I urge you to reject this bill and work towards building a Texas in which Texas is known for its commitment to its students. Children are dying in this state. What of this leads to making anybody feel safe? Can Texas protect any students in any regard at all? At what point are the members of this committee and the members of this legislature going to create a Texas that is actually worth bragging about? Thank you.
If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Hello, my name is Melissa Smith. I am I'm here as a private citizen and also a member of the Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. I'm a clergy member, and I'm here with my sisters in ministry. And I had a speech, but I'm not going to read my speech because I've sat here and I've listened to so many points reiterated. So the point that I want to make is I want to ask those of you that are sitting behind this desk to look at this room. If you think that DEI programs aren't important, look at this room. Look at the people in this room. Look at the different shades in this room. Look at how important it is, because many of us got up early this morning and traveled here, and we've been here all day. It is late in the night. As a matter of fact, it's almost the next morning, and we're still here because DEI programs matter. They matter to us, and that is why we are here. And let me be very clear. DEI programs do not level the playing field. What they do is they open the door so that we can enter the playing field. So please, I am definitely in opposition to Senate Bill 17, and I ask you not to pass this bill.
Thank you. If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Certainly. Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Dr. Angela Raven Anderson. I am the leader of the Social Justice Ministry at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church in Houston, Texas. It is a church that is adjacent to University of Houston. It is a stone's throw from Texas Southern University and less than 2 miles from Rice University and several other medical schools in the area. I represent that group, my church, which is a 14,000 member congregation, as well as I'm standing here as a private citizen and a proud Texas citizen. I strongly oppose SB 17 for the simple reason that this bill in and of itself is it's problematic in the fact that the praxis and the ethos of this bill are diametrically opposed. On the one hand, this bill suggests that language be added in the mission and value statements of education institutions that embrace diversity. However, at the same time, it penalizes and defunds any actual activity that would secure that reality in those institutions. Forbes magazine has come out with a report that shows that organizations that have DEI show increased profitability. They show greater employee retention, and they show greater innovation. All things that will allow us to exceed in the marketplace. Again, making Texas a great state. Our education systems are the place where that begins. So where people can either experience that as students or as faculty, this can happen in our higher education programs. Furthermore, by implementing this program as it is written in this bill, we are increasing the cost of education because of the inefficiency that is being built into the way that this is currently laid out. It's increasing the layer of bureaucracy. It increases the time to get things done in the programs that it's saying, as well as just increasing the level of systematic injustice that occurs through our education system. And finally, I would just add, as a professor myself, I know the importance that it is for our students in graduating, for them to be able to have professors that look like them in front of them. It inspires them that they can also achieve their goals academically. And those professors tend to have an ability to communicate with them and encourage those students so that they have higher graduation rates. Thank you very much.
State your name, who you're with, position on the bill.
Danielle Ayers. I am with Friendship West Baptist Church, but also here representing myself. And just to reiterate some points that were made earlier, I think we have to continue to reiterate that diversity, equity, and inclusion are not buzzwords or bad words, that they are words that convey concepts of what it means to recognize and honor the humanity in everybody. In institutions of higher learning, the academy is designed to be a place where ideals flourish, where diversity is welcome, and the evolution of our thinking and growing is evident in our actions and our educational and political structures. This does not happen organically. It must be intentional. And this bill either restricts or completely strips institutions of higher learning of the power to use DEI as a tool in the toolbox to ensure that all of its employees and students are a reflection of the diversity in our state and in our nation. And earlier we heard Dr. Martin King injected, as we often do, out of context. So I want to remind us that in 1967, in Stanford University, he preached a sermon called The Other America, where he laid out the ways in which racism, various injustices were embedded in this nation then, and they continue to be embedded in this nation now, by extension in our institutions of higher learning. So I think it's critical that we in Texas do not take away mandatory training for diversity, equity, and inclusion, because we have to deal with the unconscious biases, the implicit biases, the ones that we are very conscious about, as well as nurturing cultural competency, as well as making sure we have inclusive leadership. And I have yet to hear any empirical evidence where diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are problematic. It sounds like we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. So that's why I'm opposed to SB 17.
Thank you, members. Any
Mr.
questions?
Chairman,
Senator
quick question.
Menendez?
I think the young lady from Texas Tech, you were at Tech, I think Ellie?
Still am.
Still are. Okay, if you use the mic so that they can catch you on the recording as well. So, my understanding is, was there an issue with someone because you expressed any opposition? Have you had any issues by expressing your opinion about what's going on?
Yes, I decided after a conversation with the university representative, after I had dropped a statement from the NAACP at Texas Tech, educating our campus on House Bill 1006, I decided that my values and views did not align with being a representative of the university, so I decided to not continue my employment.
Okay, so you left. Did someone there cause you to? Did they in any way, shape, or form influence your decision?
Absolutely.
What happened?
I don't think that I would have chosen to leave representing the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion had it not been clear to me that those were not the values that were perpetuated by my university.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members. Senator Miles? No.
I was going to ask Ellie the same questions because I was getting the same information. So this all happened at Texas Tech.
Texas Tech Red Raiders.
And how long ago?
2 weeks.
And you're sure that it was a direct retaliation or approach based on your position on this bill?
Yeah, they had it printed out on the table.
They had it printed out on the table?
PDF version.
Wait a minute, of this bill?
On this bill?
No, not the bill. My statement, as well as the written of House Bill 1006. And it was it was originally shared on.
So we're understanding.
What's that?
They laid this bill out on the table,
Right.
correct?
So they walk in. We posted it on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Like, they walk in. They're coming. My job when I'm working.
Your office.
My office.
At Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
Main campus.
At the Black Cultural Center. Walk in, and I know my logo. Boom. Now we got to talk in a private room. 20 minutes of that, I'm done. If I can't decide to stand up for
20 minutes of what? Can you elaborate?
Oh yeah, I was hoping that I actually thought that we were gonna have a discussion of support. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm working in the diversity office, and I was hoping that maybe with the university representative, I had thought that maybe there was just some questions. Like I didn't even really know how they got it, because we had posted it a day prior, and so through those conversations, instead of being able to, they asked us and they suggested that what would have been best was to send our statement for editing and approval to the university. And because that's what they had hoped other groups had done, I made it known that I wasn't going to pacify the NAACP nor black students. And if I needed to continue my employment and this was going to be a problem, then I wasn't interested. And I walked out.
So they wanted you to submit the statement to them for review prior to sending it out?
Apparently that is what they had expected, and that's what, quote, all other organizations who align with being a student organization had done.
Had they ever informed you that you needed to do that?
Absolutely not. And I had never done that in the past.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, so what you've experienced because of this bill, we've become more, it's not helping to promote and bring black people to these universities. It's being more of a destruction device and separating diverse.
I mean, yeah, so I brought the university its first NAACP chapter, and like I was looking forward to continuing at Texas Tech Law School, and like now I would go like anywhere else. Like, why would I go there? Why would I continue that? And especially with other Texas universities, and like I definitely encourage the same from other students who look like me, think like me, are represented by somebody who is me. So yeah, I mean, if the perpetuation of this narrative is that, you know, we're keeping good students away and we're doing this and merit-based and this, that, the third, I'm to tell you right now, I am a good student and I'm gone.
So the bill actually caused more divisiveness in Texas Tech than it did inclusiveness, correct?
Correct.
And ladies, the two ladies from Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church, the organization that you represent at the church, who was it founded by?
Well, our pastor emeritus, Reverend William Alexander Lawson, was a civil rights icon. And he worked directly with Dr. King and led the SCLC for Houston.
And he would be very proud of you today, for representation today.
And I must, let's see, Dr. Friendship West Baptist Church. Who's the pastor over there?
Dr. Frederick Haynes III.
And what is Dr. Haynes as relates to social justice?
So his ministry is modeled after Dr. King and after his father and his grandfather, who was the first, who would be the equivalent to what we call a county commissioner in San Francisco, California, at Third Baptist Church, historic Third Baptist Church in San Francisco.
We really appreciate all four of you coming down.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank y'all for joining us.
Ms. Ellie, thank you for your.
The chair calls Cecilia Jordan, Lauren Shook, Grace Thomas and Chloe Goodman. Cecilia Jordan, Lauren Shook, Grace Thomas, and Chloe Goodman. Okay, we've got 2 more spots. The chair calls Gloria Leal. And Munib Aslam. Okay, we'll start. If you can state your name, your position, and who you represent.
Yes, my name is Cecilia Jordan. I represent myself as a private citizen. I am a PhD student in the Education Policy Program at UT Austin. I am from Tyler, Texas. My ancestors built East Texas. My family comes from the Hyder Plantation in Nacogdoches. There is still a building named after the people who owned my family. Not long ago, my grandmother was not allowed to attend TJC during segregation, even though my great-grandfather paid taxes, even though my great-grandfather was the first black master plumber in Tyler. That was not enough for her to attend. So I think we can all agree here that de jure segregation is wrong. And in fact, it seems like we actually agree on a lot when we're talking about DEI. Our DEI policies are not strong enough. Our department has never had a black woman on tenure track. So where I'm confused is how do you all benefit from eliminating DUI? Because the state doesn't benefit. You've heard of all of the potential devastating impacts. Right now we have at least 8 professors across the university who are top in their field and they are leaving. So that puts us without funding, that puts our ranking in danger, our futures in jeopardy. So how will we continue to attract the nation's top students and scholars? This policy is simply not economically viable. In fact, some might argue that they're illogical, emotional even. And that's the thing about racism. It isn't logical or reasonable. It is an irrational fear that is fed, and when it's weaponized and fed through laws and policies, it extends hatred. I don't think this has anything to do with what's good for the state and its diverse citizenry. It has nothing to do with what's good for the people in this room, has nothing to do with what's good for innovation, like the CRT bill. It has nothing to do with making some people feel guilty. It has everything to do with the danger of the Rainbow Coalition, everything to do with the danger when working class people in this state unite. And I can tell you all today, if you vote whatever you decide to do at the end of this day, this is how we know we are winning. And there is nothing that you can do to stop the potential of the diverse working class individuals of this state uniting and fighting and voting you all out. No gerrymandering can fix that. So I ask you to either join us today in diversity and equity and inclusion, because we're inviting you to join us, or keep us out. But that's on you.
You can state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace Thomas. I'm a resident of District 14. I'm a law student at UT Austin, 3L, actually, and I'm here in opposition to SB 17. I want to direct you to the packets that are being handed out right now. These are actually given to you on behalf of Texas Students for DEI, which is a coalition of higher ed students who have banded together in support of DEI initiatives. Students who could not be here to testify in person have written statements for you today because we want students to be able to give you their positions on this bill, which you will see when you read through them. It's mostly, almost universally, all in opposition to it. There's at least 25 statements from what I counted. We've added a lot more throughout the day, so a lot more than that there. But I would like to respectfully ask you to read all of them and to consider them. My own written testimony is included in there. I'm not going to speak on behalf of my experience as a student because it's already in there for you to listen to. But I do want to talk about as my experience as a fundraiser for the University of Texas because I do have some experience working in the development office raising money for the university. I was an AmeriCorps Vista for a year working for the university. In that position, I was actually fundraising for K-12 programs that the university does statewide. And in that position, we really did try to really reach out to underrepresented communities and look at DEI in terms of the impact of those programs and what they would do in trying to develop and cultivate young democratic leaders in their own local communities. Specifically as a fundraiser, I was trained to identify funders and develop successful proposals. While only 10% of UT Austin's funding might be from state funding, the issues identified in the bill have a much more significant impact on university funding. I realize my time is up. I can talk more about this if you'd like me to later.
Move on to the next witness, but we may have a question from one of the members. If you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Sounds good. Good evening, Senators. My name is Meebs Aslam. I'm a policy graduate student at the University of Texas. I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 17, and I'll start with an idiom that has resonated with me for many years. When someone is accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Folks here have argued that DEI efforts are harmful because they prioritize diversity over merit. That is false because DEI is not about lowering standards or promoting unqualified candidates based on their race or gender. Rather, they're about ensuring that all students, regardless of their background, get a foot in the door of these institutions that have for so long intentionally excluded so many of us. If you're not convinced that DEI makes any impact, Senator Creighton, I challenge you to what academics do. Let's conduct a research study. Let's take a look at all of the legislative aides, interns, and hires of the Texas Senate and what their socioeconomic backgrounds and connections to the Capitol are. I'm willing to fully bet that the pool will not be representative up to the Texas population. I'm willing to bet that the majority will come from wealth, from family connections, and from privilege. Does that mean that they're the most qualified candidates? No, it does not. What having DEI efforts does is it opens up these historically white and affluent institutions, such as the Texas Senate, to all candidates, especially those who have been blocked out by brute force. I'm the current student body president at the LBJ School of Public Affairs, and I can tell you that DEI makes a great difference to include all Texans in these institutions. When a first-generation Latina student from Brownsville came to me for help last semester, I directed her to our DEI center at the same time frame. And at the same time frame, I had a very capable white rural first-generation student from West Texas whose family came from farmers. And this was his first person in his family to get a master's degree or even a bachelor's. I sent him to that very same DEI center. Both of them got the help that they needed to adjust here and to get some kind of help. So please stop framing DEI centers and statements as exclusionary. They're not. Diversity is innovative, diversity is necessary, and it is what makes Texas, Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions for our witnesses? Thank you all. The chair calls Amanda Garcia, Samia Rizvi, Corinne Floyd, Ileana Flores Dumont. Chair calls J.R. Gonzalez.
What do you want to do with this? I think I hope that you would look at some of these programs and see exactly what they're doing. See what you agree with.
If you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
My name is Amanda Garcia. I am an undergrad at UT Austin, representing myself and Texas Students for DEI, and I'm speaking against SB 17. First, if I may, Representative Springer, I noticed you've been on your laptop, so I just really appreciate if you give testimonies from us and further on the respect that we're giving you by being here today till almost midnight. Thank you, so please. So I'm here to testify against SB 17 because it is an incredibly contradictory bill. To quote the bill text itself in Section 3, saying, statements required to be included in mission statement, bylaws, faculty handbook, and student handbook. We affirm that name of institution will educate students by means of free, open, and rigorous intellectual inquiry to seek the truth. We affirm our duty to equip students with intellectual skills they need to reach their own informed conclusions on matters of social and political importance. We affirm the value of viewpoint diversity. We affirm our duty to ensure that no aspects of name of institution, life, or in or outside of the classroom require, favor, disfavor, or prohibit speech or action that supports any political, social, or religious belief. We affirm our commitment to create a community dedicated to civil and free inquiry. We affirm that the value of institutional neutrality. The only way that we can affirm any of these points is by maintaining our current DEI programs and policies. Diversity, equity, and inclusion exists on virtually all levels of academia, politics, and greater society. Having access to a diverse curriculum that is inclusive of all perspectives is necessary to not only equip students with the skills to form their own opinions, but to be active citizens in a globalized society. True institutional neutrality, as it is called, is only achieved if there are spaces for opposing viewpoints, even if it makes folks uncomfortable. To what extent are these bills protecting freedom of thought and religion? Because when courses like Jewish studies, history of religions of Asia, Middle Eastern religions, Hindu religious research, and the history of Buddhism will be banned as a result of these bills, it becomes evident what ideological frameworks SB 17 wants to protect and enforce. DEI has made it possible for not only these courses to exist, but it has also created language programs like Spanish, Vietnamese, Arabic, which are, again, world-renowned at UT Austin. It has created our prestigious International Relations program, which is a recent development. The programs and practices that SB 17 aims to penalize are the exact ones that bring the viewpoint diversity this bill wants to protect. This is an incredibly contradictory and hypocritical bill. SB 17's provisions explicitly strips educators of their individual liberties and freedom of speech and directly interferes with institutions of higher education's autonomy. Not only this, but there is a complete misunderstanding of the populations that DEI serves. The current top 6% rule that Senator Royce West was a spearhead of is a form of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It creates opportunities for rural students and students from underserved areas to attend a world-renowned flagship public institution that they may not have the opportunity to have beforehand. This becomes incredibly even more important for veterans and children of veterans. Further, what makes UT and other public Texas universities so globally competitive are graduation rates. The faculty that we'll lose either as because they were fired or because they are choosing to leave to find better positions elsewhere will leave students, advisors, and remaining faculty without the necessary support to maintain our 4-year graduation rates. SB 17 is radically detrimental to the conditions of Texas higher education, and our students and faculty deserve the opportunity to learn and teach free of restriction. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
My name is Samiha Rizvi. I'm an undergraduate at UT Austin. I am representing myself today, and I'm speaking against SB 17. As someone who has personally experienced the transformative power of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and practices, I believe this bill will have the devastating consequences for our institutions of higher learning and the students that they serve. While the bill states that it will not restrict services provided by appropriate professionals at an institution of higher education to persons with a physical or cognitive disability, it fails to recognize that the services provided to disabled students often come from diversity and inclusion offices. As a disabled student, I can attest to the vital role that the Division for Diversity and Community Engagement plays in ensuring that disabled students are not only able to thrive in their academic environments, but are fully included and part of a campus culture that not only accepts but celebrates diversity in all its forms, including disability. In my role as now the former vice president of the Senate of College Councils and a member of Texas Students for DEI, I have had the privilege of interacting with a diverse range of students from various academic institutions, including Prairie View A&M, University of Houston, and University of Texas San Antonio. Through these interactions, I have gained valuable insights into the perspectives of students. Overwhelmingly, students strongly oppose SB 17 as they believe this bill does not align with their personal or professional interest. I do not recall one student who supports this bill. Their opinions and concerns are representative of a larger sentiment within the broader student community. Unfortunately, the legislators who authored this bill or sponsored this bill have failed to listen to the voices of their constituents, including many students. By ignoring the concerns of those they were elected to represent, legislators, many of you who are sitting in front of me, are doing a disservice to your communities and jeopardizing the future of higher education in Texas. I believe that without intentional efforts to promote DEI, we cannot hope to build a future where everyone is able to exist safely and peacefully. As a Muslim woman of color, I would not be here without the DDCE, and that's the one thing that you're trying to take away from me.
The principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion are rooted in humanity and not politics. I urge you to vote no on SB 17, a bill rooted in racially discriminatory thought. Thank you.
If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
My name is Corinne Floyd. I'm a dual degree undergraduate honors student at the University of Texas. I'm the former Equity and Inclusion Director of Senate. I'm also the current president as of today, though I do speak for myself and not as a representative from that organization today. I want to talk specifically about my role as a student researcher within the School of Human Ecology first and foremost. I'm deeply concerned as a student researcher with the possible consequences of this bill and related anti-DEI bills on the merit of the research held within my program and our ability to retain qualified faculty and students. The Human Development and Family Sciences program at UT is ranked number 7 globally, not nationally. It is ranked number 7 globally, and is populated with some of the leading scholars in our field. We will immediately lose these incredibly talented and qualified faculty and students the moment we're unable to fund and protect them and their research. The mission of the Human Development and Family Sciences program includes employing cutting-edge methodology to research in parenting, child and adolescent development, personal relationships, the development and maintenance of intimate relationships, and individual development in social contexts such as poverty, families, race, ethnicity, and education. We will not be able to maintain the global number 7 ranking and the quality of research we've seen thus far without faculty who understand and employ DEI practices in their research, teaching, and research recruitment practices. To be explicit, the passage of this bill and others like it will eliminate our ability to produce reliable, competitive research. Because of our standing in the global top 10, this would be a horrendous setback in our ability to produce the data and findings that support the creation and implementation of policies that protect victims of domestic violence, for example, and help prevent interpersonal tensions from escalating to violence. Shifting to inclusion, UT is obligated by both its history and its status as a competitive R1 research institution to engage in scholarly research, to contextualize and commemorate its history, and only those who are well-versed in DEI can and are willing to do that. UT earned its accreditation in the 1950s because of President T.S. Painter's work in genetics. What is lesser known about Painter is that he was a prominent eugenicist and had close ties to and collaborated with Nazis throughout the first few decades of his career. A university with this at its origins must work overtime to create an inclusive campus, specifically one that uplifts the marginalized students his work and others like him targeted. We cannot do this without DEI, and we will continue to feel the weight of this legacy of hatred and exclusion unless we are allowed to continue this research, especially the programs that are working so hard to rectify with this history. To be more explicit, Brown University and the University of Virginia started several decades ago, 2 decades ago, I believe in 2006, on this work, and the fact that we are so far behind them is an embarrassment to our institution.
Thank you, JR. If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Thank you very much. J.R. Gonzalez. I'm with TAMAC, the Texas Association of Mexican-American Chambers of Commerce, and my position on this bill is confused. Against. And I say confused because what you're talking about is your desire to have equity and inclusion, yet you're trying to eliminate the very tool that makes that possible. And from a business aspect, I'm really concerned. Folks, why do we send our children to school? Why do we, and that's not a question, I'm being rhetorical here, why do we send them to school? To get a good education, to be able to compete, to compete on a global market, and to rise not only their positions by knowledge, but also economically. I don't think you have to look at the economic impact that passing this is going to have. Not only is it going to mean lots of money not coming into the state, it's going to a lot of students not coming in, and it's going to adversely affect our attractiveness to corporations. One of the speakers said earlier, corporate America likes diversity. They like the different types of thinking. Now, one of you said earlier today is that, by the way, happy Tejano Day, while it's still there. You said that, okay, the top 10 thing, okay, very neutral. Top 10, but we had 3,000 students who didn't go to college. Well, 3,000 out of how many million? What were their circumstances? Did they go on to go to businesses? Did they take over family businesses? Or did they go into plumbing or air conditioning and heating where they're going to make a lot more money without student debt as someone graduating with a master's? So as we look at this, and one thing I want to, I think we're giving students a huge disservice by not allowing some sort of diversity. And do they feel uncomfortable? Are they not feeling included? How the heck do you think I felt when I went to school? And a lot of other people of color not feeling included on campus that was pretty much white. And I wasn't included in just about anything. Working my way through school, we made it. But fact, okay? When you look at it, if you look at, let's just take the Latino population. The Latino population in the continental United States. If the United States, if you get all the Hispanics in the United States and combine them together, we would be the fifth largest GDP in the world. The fifth largest GDP in the world. Over the past 10 years, the third fastest growing economy has been U.S. Latinos. So if you look at that, you are doing your students a disservice by putting, we're going to put you out there in the world, but we're not going to prepare you. We're not going to expose you to cultures. We're not going to expose you to different ideas. Did you realize that the United States is comprised only 10% of the global market is here in the United States? The other 90% of the consumers are outside, yet you don't want to expose your students, your children, to the diversity of doing business, of understanding other cultures and doing business in a global market. 90% of the consumers in the world are outside of the United States. So I think that passage of this bill is going to be very, very devastating, not only to the state, it's going to undermine the future. I'm a proud Texan. I love this state, but dang it, why are you doing this? Because I have not seen a problem. You're talking about a problem that doesn't exist. I'm sorry. I can keep on going on all night.
Time's been up. Oh, I appreciate it. We have other witnesses here tonight. Want to make sure that everyone gets their chance to testify. Members, any questions?
Just very quickly, Mr.
Senator Menendez.
JR, are you speaking on behalf of the?
I am opposed.
Right, and you TAMAC, you didn't describe what the acronym means.
TAMAC, the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce, a 48-year-old organization, actually the first statewide Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in the country. And since you're asking, Senator, I'm asking a question. It is interesting to know that out of all his, and I used to be the chairman of the board, then president and CEO of the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, about 35 to 40% of the membership of Hispanic chambers across the country are made up of non-Hispanics. Why? Because they get it. They see that's the future. Do you realize between that over the next 10 years, between 2020 and 2030, that 78% of the new workers are going to be Hispanic. 78% of new workers in this country are going to be Hispanic. And so how in the world are you going to deal with that without understanding the culture and having exposure to that diversity on college campuses?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you, Senators. And happy Tejano Day for another minute.
Thanks, JR.
The chair calls Greg Norwood, Nia Buckley, Pat Heitzelman, Elizabeth, this is a hard last name here, Artanang, Elizabeth Artanang. Okay, Greg will start with you. If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Greg Norwood. I serve as the Southern Organizing and Engagement Manager at Young Invincibles, a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization committed to elevating the voices of young adults in the political process and expanding economic opportunity for our generation. I am testifying against Senate Bill 17. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is critical in the development of one's intellectual capacity and exposes minds to new concepts. The purpose of DEI initiatives began in order to improve cultural awareness on campuses and to offer support to students from historically underrepresented backgrounds. Contrary to what has been said today, topics such as privilege and systemic inequity are contrary to the belief that topics such as privilege and systemic inequity are harmful. Research shows that an understanding of these issues actually leads to positive changes in students' attitudes and values. The presence of diversity in the classroom allows students to consider perspectives and opinions beyond those they have already developed. It helps prepare young adults for the real world, in which they will certainly face a diverse workplace. As a black man, the real kind, and the senator will understand what I mean when I say that, I've seen all too often the negative impact of culturally insensitive individuals. As Texas continues to grow in diversity, becoming a beautiful melting pot of cultures, religion, socioeconomic statuses, ideologies, sexual orientations, and race, it is paramount that we have culturally literate folks who are intellectual and intentional in their understanding of other people's experiences. How can we expect young people to be professional and open-minded to different worldviews if they never have exposure to these views? How can we expect Texas to be a global leader and innovator if we are not teaching our students about the real world and its challenging realities? And the DEI is not racism or in favor of unrepresented groups. Rather, it is a concept that is anchored in the realization that people in this country have different life experiences based on the color of their skin, their country of origin, and how they show up in the world. It has been shown that when students are given the tools to understand and address social inequities, the overall bias literacy also increases. I end by saying this. Limiting the implementation of DEI in higher education limits the marketplace of idea, which makes America America. The marketplace isn't regulated to how we feel, but instead is guided by the way in which we can consider the human experience. The reality is limiting the exploration. Okay, so I ask that the members of the subcommittee vote against Senate Bill 17. We believe that the passage of this bill would ultimately hinder the educational and emotional progress of Texas students and could negatively impact the future of our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. State your name, who you're with, position on the bill.
Yes. My name is Nia Buckley. I'm against this bill. So as a biracial woman, and I'm a social worker working in the field to eliminate racism, a mother of a disabled child and a disabled veteran who has served in support of multiple wars with this country, I am deeply concerned about the impact of SB 17 on veterans. I've served alongside Black and brown folks who have made the ultimate sacrifice for this country, either in war or by suicide. It is with love and a sense of duty that I come before you today to testify against this bill. The removal of DEI programs from higher education, schools, and government agencies throughout Texas will not only take away the progress we have made to reckon with the racist and discriminatory history of America, but it will also impact veterans who come from all different backgrounds and cultures. We have already witnessed the devastating effects of racism on the mental and physical health of our veterans, and this bill will only exacerbate those issues. In 2020, racism was declared a public health crisis by the CDC and American Public Health Association. Texas has also made progress in addressing systemic inequities in education, healthcare, and other areas. However, there is still much work to be done to ensure that all Texans have access to the same opportunities and resources. As a veteran who has risked my life for this country, I find it unacceptable that this anti-DEI bill and the other 9 of them would seek to reverse the progress we have made towards a more inclusive and equitable society. We must call this bill what it is. It's racist and oppressive, and reject it outright. If we allow this bill to pass in this state, we might as well put a whites only sign on the Texas welcome sign. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I implore you all to do what is right for all the Texans, including our veterans.
Thank you. If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Good morning. My name is Liz Aritanang. I'm a PhD student at UT Austin, representing myself, and I oppose the bill. So the handouts you received include demographic data of universities in Texas. And I just wanted to note a correction on the handouts. The data was retrieved from the National Center for Education Statistics, and any questions can be forwarded to my fellow PhD student, Jenna Doan. And her information is on the last page of the packet. So although the student population in Texas is increasing in diversity, we are failing to serve these students. Faculty diversity is incredibly important for student outcomes, including graduation rates, sense of belonging, persistence, and retention rates. However, I want to share some of the relevant demographic data on the diverse student population and faculty. So according to the data at UT Austin, for example, there's only 1 Hispanic faculty member per 39 undergraduate students and 1 Black faculty member per 13 Black students, while there's 1 white faculty member per 7 white students. And at the University of Texas at El Paso, an institution with a predominantly Hispanic student population, 86% of students are Hispanic, while 38% of the faculty are Hispanic, whereas 4% of undergrad students are white and 39% of the faculty is white. Again, I would like to emphasize that we are already failing the diverse student population of Texas universities, and this bill would only exacerbate these issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Pat Heinzelman. I'm an English professor at Original University in Texas, appearing as a private citizen and as president of the Texas Faculty Association. Texas Faculty Association opposes Senate Bill 17. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is not a single, clearly defined program, but rather a broad set of principles, of policies, practices designed to foster student access and resilience, reduce discrimination, and improve institutional life. We strongly disagree with the apparent premise of Senate Bill 17 that DEI policies are sources of discrimination or division. We view the work of DEI offices as very important to accomplishing the policy goals of our institutions, the legislature, and the public, especially as we pursue building a talent-strong Texas, the strategic plan of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Senate Bill 17 would compromise important strategies for broad student success. As stated, we disagree with the overall premise of Senate Bill 17. We also observe many critical issues with the bill itself. The definition of DEI is vague throughout the bill, creating serious issues with compliance if passed. The bill states any person may notify the Attorney General or a violation or potential violation of this section by an institution of higher education. Any number of reasonable activities at an institution could be construed by a motivated individual as a potential violation. The penalties associated with violations are incredibly harsh, frankly like nothing we've seen before, including suspension without pay, termination, loss of tenure, and a 5-year prohibition on employment. No due process is described for appeal of any of these penalties. Senate Bill 17 appears to be an attempt to intimidate faculty and institutions rather than to improve them. The bill will encourage our current faculty to leave Texas public higher education and discourage hiring throughout our state. We fear Texas will no longer be a leader in higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Members, any questions of our panel? Thank you all. The chair calls Brent Iverson. Chair calls Joe O'Neill. Chair calls Stella Flores. Pauline Strong. And Christian Mira. Chair calls Christian Mira. Okay. We'll start with you. If you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Hello. My name is Brent Iverson, and I'm testifying for myself as an individual citizen, and it just became my birthday. I'm a tenured professor at the University of UT Austin, but I'm testifying on one specific aspect of the bill, the proposed change of oversight of the core curriculum, designated as Section 1, Subsection D, Item 7. Allow me to alter a famous catchphrase. What starts here changes. Let me explain. I'm the very proud father of 4 daughters who have earned a total of 5 undergraduate and a law degree from the University of Texas at Austin. The 3 oldest are working in 3 different companies, each in great jobs that did not exist when they graduated from college. I believe that they are not unique. Most of today's college graduates will retire from careers that have not been invented yet. A constant in the workplaces of today and tomorrow is change. Graduates need to adapt to the coming changes by having a strong understanding of our current society, our history, the global community. They must have strong math and technology skills, and above all, they need to be able to communicate well, both when speaking and when writing. In other words, they need a strong core curriculum as the foundation of their college degree. Importantly, That core curriculum needs to be similar enough across the state to transfer freely between institutions so all students, including transfer students, graduate on time. I believe that core curriculum, which is so important to the future success of all of our graduates, is best served by keeping a single entity dedicated to education, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, in charge of oversight of the state's 42-hour core curriculum. Thank you.
You could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Joe O'Neill. I am a current law student at the University of Texas and strongly oppose this bill. I had a whole fancy thing I wrote out to say, but there's nothing here I can say better than my friends Grace, Alice, and Sam did. So I'm just going to tell a little bit about myself. A little bit about me. I'm not a former cabinet secretary. I don't have funding from oil and gas billionaires who are seeking to promote a message here at this hearing tonight. I think I have something a lot more valuable. I have a ground level perspective at the University of Texas that, frankly, the initial panelists not only did not have, but I don't think cared to have. This bill would be an impermissible interference in academic freedom. It's strange to me that members of this committee are choosing to play politics for their own careers and to score a point on Twitter or to get on Fox News or whatever, and they're sacrificing academic freedom in the process. I can tell you, as a student, there are no eggshells that are being walked on UT Law. It's simply not there. That's fiction. Not only will this hurt academic freedom, but it's an impermissible interference into what happens in the classrooms, in the daily exchange of and the daily intercourse of intellectual activity. There are no litmus tests at UT Law. There's no divisive programs at UT Law. What we're seeking to do is we're seeking to create a better Texas, a Texas that's more educated for the future. I can tell you there's literally nobody that I know that's more proud Texan than I am. And you can ask Alice and Sam. I literally won't shut the fuck up about it. But tonight, I'm very, very, very ashamed to be a Texan. Thank you.
Thank you. If you state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Good evening, Senators. Thank you so much for your attentiveness to this testimony tonight. My name is Pauline Strong, and I am representing myself in strong opposition to Senate Bill 17. I am proud to have taught at the University of Texas at Austin for 30 years and to have raised 2 children and 4 grandchildren in Texas. My daughter earned her PhD from the University of Texas at Austin, and my grandchildren hope to be Longhorns or attend another one of Texas's great public universities. My message tonight is simple. Democracy requires an educated populace, one that is capable of assessing evidence and choosing the best course of actions in a complex world. Public institutions of higher education serve the need for an educated citizenry, as well as an educated workforce. We also conduct cutting-edge research necessary for Texas to continue to be a leading economic force and arena of innovation. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not buzzwords. They are essential to achieving these teaching and research missions. I've heard some misconceptions about DEI, and I'll try to address a few of them. As a senior faculty member who was one of the first women hired in my department, I am very grateful for the development of formal DEI programs at Texas universities set to support people who are pioneers in their field. I'd like to speak to a few of these misconceptions. First of all, what is a DEI statement? It asks candidates how they will teach in an inclusive way, taking into account different backgrounds, experiences, and modes of learning. Candidates should be able to answer this question. It asks a candidate what they will bring to the university that will contribute to diversity of thought and perspective. Candidates should be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. You can state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Hi, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Christian Mira. I'm representing myself, and I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 17. To preface my statement, I would like to state that it's not lost on me, and I hope that it's not lost on all of you, that every single person who has come from public testimony has been in opposition to Senate Bill 17. And going into my statement, I would like to explain how I've seen DEI attract talented students to the UT system, how those students have served as excellent ambassadors, and why this bill threatens UT's reputation as a university that produces national leaders. This fall, I was chosen to be an Archer Fellow, one of 50 students chosen each semester from hundreds of applicants and hundreds of thousands of UT students, UT system students, to go to DC to study public policy from DC while working a full-time internship. This center, the Archer Center, was founded by UT alumnus Congressman Bill Archer. The Archer program prides itself on bringing together a diverse set of students with opposing opinions. If students weren't being challenged, the Archer program wouldn't attract such competitive candidates. Similarly, without DEI, the UT system wouldn't have such competitive students for the Archer Center to choose from. While in DC, I was honored to work at the White House on the Council of Economic Advisors. I don't speak on behalf of the White House, I only speak on behalf of myself. Similarly, my roommates, an African-American student and a Terry Scholar, worked at the Supreme Court. My other roommate, another Mexican-American student and Terry Scholar, is the Planning and Zoning Commissioner of Horizon City, Texas, and served at the Capitol. This is the legacy of the Archer program, the UT system, and of DEI initiatives like the 6% quota, Terry Scholars program, and UT for Me. Eliminating DEI jeopardizes UT's ability to attract top talent, which will in turn endanger UT's reputation as a school producing national leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions of our panel? Thank you all. Oh, Senator Miles, sorry.
It's the young brother who said, were you being sarcastic when you mentioned you're not an oil and gas billionaire? Is there something that you know that we don't know?
Excuse me?
Were you being sarcastic when you said you were not an oil and gas millionaire?
No, I'm not an oil and gas millionaire.
I realize that, but do you know something about this bill that we don't know?
I do know that the
That
Texas
relates
Public
to oil
Policy
and gas?
Foundation is funded by oil and gas money, and this money is spent to specifically further certain views.
Can you repeat that for me, sir?
What I do know is that the Texas Public Policy Foundation is funded by oil and gas money, and I personally am much poorer than that.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank y'all. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against committee substitute to Senate Bill 17? Okay. We'll need you to register.
Oh, okay.
If you could state your name,
Yeah.
who you're with, and position on the bill, make sure to fill out the card as well. And
Yes, yeah, of course. I'll fill it out as soon as I'm done. My name is Isabella de la Garza. You can call me Bella. And I'm representing myself. I'm also a part of Texas Students for DEI, but I'm here as an individual. And I apologize for not being dressed for this occasion. This is spontaneous for me. But, and I'm opposed to Senate Bill 17. I am a fourth-year senior at UT Austin. I'm getting ready to graduate in about 4 weeks with a government degree and another degree in Mexican American and Latino Studies with a certificate in public policy from the Bridging Disciplines program. I am a double major getting a certificate. And I am a Mexican American Latina from the San Antonio area. I went to a public school in the San Antonio metro area, so coming to UT 4 years ago was a big culture shock for me, as it's definitely not like San Antonio, as a lot of you may imagine, in a predominantly Mexican-American community, in a predominantly student of color community. So I found a lot of solace and comfort with DEI programs at UT Austin. That is where I found my community. That is where I found a sense of welcome and belonging at a new place. And specifically, I'm talking more about the Multicultural Engagement Center. I've been involved there for the past 3.5 years. I help lead the community affairs for the Latin students there. And I fear what would happen if that program or programs like it didn't exist anymore
for students like me, students who aren't like me, and students who will follow me in the future, because I will not be the last one to graduate from there, and I will not be the last one to be involved in that community. So I fear what would happen if they don't have that sense of comfort and that sense of belonging and those resources, because it is a resource also. It's more than just having your own space. It's also you have access to, and you have more opportunities that you wouldn't have without it, that more privileged and available students might have. So I fear what would happen if this bill does pass and the repercussions of that. And I really, 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 really ask that you all consider that instead of these goals that y'all have that I don't seem to understand either.
Thank you. If you could state your name, year with, and position on the bill.
Good. My name is William Ramirez. I'm representing myself, and I'm against Senate Bill 17. Good afternoon, Senators. I'm just a concerned student and citizen at the University of Texas, and how that will affect me by Senate Bill 17. Earlier this week, Senator Creighton mentioned that all the little boys and girls want to come to Texas. And I want to bring this to our attention because I was one of those little boys who made it to Texas. And the only reason I was able to make it to Texas, the University of Texas, was because of the DEI programs it provides to make me feel included. Programs like UT for Me and the Multicultural Engagement Center are all programs that benefit brown and black students who are all first-gen and low-income students. These programs give me the luxury to attend college. If it wasn't for DEI and its initiatives, I would still be at home, I would still be sleeping on the couch and living within poverty. The DEI programs at UT are the reason I'm in college, are the reasons I'm not at home, and are the reasons I have been able to avoid poverty. Currently, I serve as the vice president of the UT student government. And I want to make it clear that while I do not represent the University of Texas or UT student government, it does give it credibility to my statement, and that DEI allows students like myself to make positive changes. So I stand here to ask you all, do you want to prohibit students who share my experiences of being first generation and low income, who have benefited from diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to never make it to Texas? Once again, senators, I want you to look at me and tell me, what are your intentions with this bill? Because to me, it seems like you're attempting to keep black and brown students out of higher education and the curriculum. I have heard for so long that DEI, equity and inclusion, is evil, harmful, but it's not. It's caring, it's loving, it's compassionate. It is the reason I'm here.
Senator Miles.
Just one question to the young man. Do you consider education the great equalizer?
I do.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to say thank you. Sometimes when you get as old as some of us up on this dais, you kind of forget what it was like to be where you are. And both of you have touched, have reminded me a lot. First generation, mom and dad are immigrants. I had to learn to speak English, and so I'm glad that you feel safe and comfortable and included. It's a big deal. And thank you for coming today to do this. And so I'd love to talk to you all afterwards, and see what you're going to do after you graduate. Especially I was thinking about your double major and your policy. I was thinking, maybe you get into the public service as well. So I'd love to talk to you all, but thank you all for doing what you're doing. Thank you for your authenticity and just speaking from the heart. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any other questions for our panel? All right, thank y'all. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on, for, or against committee substitute to Senate Bill 17? Okay, we'll need you to fill out the cards with the clerk with your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
Can we do that after?
They can go ahead and get it to you, so you can maybe start while the other person's testifying. And then I'll start with you, and you can do after your testimony, if that's okay.
Can I go first?
Sure, I'll go first.
think if you could state your name, who you're with, and position on the bill.
For sure. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Shannon Proby. I'm here representing myself. I'm also a member of a local anti-racist organization. And I am extremely opposed to this bill. As a former educator and somebody who participated in higher learning and was in a diversity class to get my master's in teaching, I can tell you that it made me a better teacher. It made me a more empathetic person. It made me better able to understand and trust the lived experiences of those that had different lived experiences than me. And to pass a bill like this would be detrimental to our state in many ways, for all the reasons you've heard from other people. Morally, economically, it's bad for Texas. I am born and raised in Central Texas, and like other people have said here before, Texas is a very proud state. I'm not very proud right now. It would be pure and simple a shame to pass this bill, and quite frankly, you should be ashamed that it was written.
Hello all, my name is Esmeralda Rubalcaba Hernandez, she, her, ella, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Texas at Arlington. I don't have a prepared testimony because I had to drive 3 hours in the rain to get here. I should not have had to do that. I should be home with my family, but instead I'm sitting here in front of you testifying because I want you to see us as actual human beings who deserve an equitable education. An education that is comparable to those educations that have been handed out to other people. Y'all seem to think that DEI is about giving us something. Y'all have to reckon with the racist, genocidal history of Texas. We are here to talk about that reckoning. We are here to inform you about what happened. DEI is about taking barriers away that you all put in our path for centuries. And now we are here to receive an education that we deserve. We are not here for handouts. I have sat in many rooms, with other mediocre white people, and I have had to be exceptional to get a fraction of what they have had handed to them all of their lives. DEI is about equity. Equity is not a dirty word. Equity is a word that is necessary. Necessary because we are here. We are part of the population, whether you like it or not, and we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. So, thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank y'all. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on, for, or against the committee substitute to Senate Bill 17? Okay, if not, public testimony is closed on the committee substitute to Senate Bill 17. Now the committee plans on voting. Members, we plan on voting this bill to the full Education Committee, not to the full Senate, so the full Education Committee. And I know the bill author is willing to continue to work with you, Senator West, on this as it moves along in the process.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a statement? Members, I'm hoping that you have a better sense of what this program is all about. As I said from the very beginning, if there's been some misuse of the program, let's figure out what those misuses have been and straighten that out. But you can see that these programs, for the most part, have been caring, nurturing, and compassionate to students. These students right here, Texas, this is Texas right here. And hopefully, as we vote this bill up to the full committee and work on it, you will be mindful of that, as opposed to having a preconceived position on whether or not we vote this bill out of committee or how we fix this bill before we move it out of committee. Because I can assure you that if we agree on it, then for the most part, we'll have the rest of the Senate agreeing on it. Okay? And so with that, I know we need to vote it.
Mr. Chairman, could I?
Thank you, Senator West. Senator King?
Yeah, and first off, I've been feeling sorry for you all night, Senator Creighton, for 10 hours of one bill on the floor and then sitting here tonight. So anyway, I know you've had a long, hard day. Thank you for staying with us. I know you could have just gone home and left it to the Chair Middleton. But I just was going to say that, and I really appreciate all the testimony tonight, but I really hope that when it comes before the full committee that we'll have some folks here from the universities that'll tell us what they're doing and what their programs are and what they're doing. And not that tonight's testimony was not very meaningful and very helpful, but I'd also just like to hear from, because you've narrowed the bill down tremendously, and it seems to me to be very direct. And I'm sorry, I'm not making a lot of sense this late at night either after a long day, but it's directed very much toward administration and towards management of the universities. And so I would really hope we could hear from some of the administration, some of the managers from the university, to talk to us about how they see the bill impacts, or how they believe it would impact them and their operations. Again, not that testimony tonight was not very meaningful and important, but I would like to hear from the people that the bill is directed at impacting their operations. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for allowing Senator Miles and I to join you all. I think that's an excellent idea. UTSA, we asked them, what do you all do? And they currently have an Office of Inclusion Excellence, which they sent me a statement, works to foster an inclusive environment, helps to provide leadership, support, advancement to students. The offices would be forced to close under this bill and remove many important services this office provides to students with disabilities, first-gen students, veterans, athletes, etc. So in addition to that, they've done an analysis of some of the greatest challenges facing the university, and one of them is 6-year graduation rate rankings, women on a tenure track and faculty, women studying in the STEM disciplines. And so the DEI initiatives are so much more than what maybe got us to this place. And so I really appreciate the serious nature with which the committee handled it, and I know how you're hard working, and I hope that whatever brought your bill to fruition can be resolved without us undoing so much good that we've heard about tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
And could I just make one more comment, Mr. Chairman? And I don't want this to be taken wrong, but I'm actually very, very disappointed in the universities. This bill's been filed for some time. Nobody's come by my office, and I suspect nobody's come by some of the other offices either to talk to us from the universities. And I'm very, very disappointed that they were not here tonight. The management and the administration of those organizations to talk to us about this. Not that this testimony was not essential and very, very, very important and very meaningful, but the bill is about administration, it's about management, it's about operations, and I'd like to hear from the people that are engaged in that directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Miles.
I too want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing myself and Senator Mendez for taking part in this very important issue in the subcommittee. I want to say kudos to you, Mr. Chairman. You've had a very, very long day, as we all have. But I do want to thank all the people who waited all day to give testimony. I'm agreeing with the second time tonight. I'm agreeing with Senator King that the bill has been out for some time. People were aware that this bill existed and that this hearing was coming. I think those who, for lack of better words, gave a damn, showed up and showed out. And I want to thank you for that, for expressing yourself. And Senator Russ is right. What we heard from today was Texas students. Texas students, some of which I thought were lawyers. And for those, some of those which I thought were already studying law, practicing law. And those who work at the universities that did show up, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because you're taking a risk. Senator King, I agree. I would have loved to have spoken with some of the people from the university. But I'm getting a sense of an overall feeling that DEI is not as an important issue to administration and to faculty as we think it might be. Because if it would have been, they'd have been here. They'd have been here. But the people who do care and who are affected by it have shown up, sir. They've shown up and they've expressed themselves in a fine, unified, diverse, Texas strong, Texas proud manner.
And I've got members, I've got.
Senator West.
What? Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm not on the committee. Go ahead.
That's all right, no, you go.
I just think, Mr. Chairman, that I know you. We've known we came in together. As we always say, we're. Let me hear it. Brothers from another mother. That's right. That's right. We tend to disagree on issues, but we agree to disagree respectfully. Yeah. I know where your heart is. I've served with Senator King since I've been here. Senator Mays, you're new. I welcome you. I know where your heart is. We had candid conversations. We do what we do for our people back home. But this is an issue that's very, very important to all of our citizens of Texas. And I do think it needs to have some thought and some time and input from everybody. But I'm just proud to be a Texan in this room tonight. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Senator West. Senator Springer moves that Senate Bill 17 be reported to the full committee with the recommendation that it do not pass, but that the committee substitute adopted in lieu thereof do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton?
Aye.
Senator Middleton?
Aye.
Senator King?
Aye.
Senator Springer?
Aye.
Senator West?
No.
4 ayes, 1 nay.
Being 4 ayes and 1 nay, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 17 will be reported favorably to the full committee.
Good Friday. Happy Easter.
We have some more pending business here.
Almost made it.
Yeah, not so fast, too. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2137 by Senator Creighton as a matter of pending business. This bill would require public institutions of higher education to offer an undergraduate course in financial literacy and soft skills. Senator King moves that Senate Bill 2137 be reported to the full committee with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton?
Aye.
Senator Middleton?
Aye.
Senator King?
Aye.
Senator Springer?
Aye.
Senator West?
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 5 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2137 will be reported favorably to the full committee.
Okay, members, the chair lays out Senate Bill 55 by Senator Zaffarini as a matter of pending business. This bill would direct the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to study and report best practices for assisting students with autism spectrum disorder. Senator Springer moves that Senate Bill 55 be reported to the full committee with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton?
Aye.
Senator Middleton?
Aye.
Senator King? Senator Springer?
Aye.
Senator Springer?
Aye.
Senator West?
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 55 will be reported favorably to the full committee.
He's used to us part more out of it.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 567 by Senator Springer as a matter of pending business. Members, this bill would require governing boards of institutions of higher education to exempt students enrolled in fire science curriculum from the payment of tuition and fees. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 567 be reported to the full committee with recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Aye.
Senator Middleton.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Springer. Senator West.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 567 will be reported favorably to the full committee. Chair lays out Senate Bill 695 by Senator Hughes as a matter of pending business. Members, this bill would allow the University of Texas at Tyler College of Pharmacy to receive state formula funding. Senator Springer moves that Senate Bill 695 be reported to the full committee with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Aye.
Senator Middleton.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Springer.
Aye.
Senator West.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 695 will be reported favorably to the full committee. Chair lays out Senate Bill 804 by Senator Schwartner as pending business. This bill would allow employees of a Texas state hospital or LMHA to be eligible for the loan repayment for mental health professional program. Senator Springer moves that Senate Bill 804 be reported to the full committee with recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Aye.
Senator Middleton.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Springer.
Aye.
Senator West.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 804 will be reported favorably to the full committee. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1758 by Senator Schwartner as pending business. This bill would allow the University of Texas system to use specific property conveyed by Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for any purpose that is consistent with the mission of the system. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 1758 be reported to the full committee with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Aye.
Senator Middleton.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Springer.
Aye.
Senator West.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1758 will be reported favorably to the full committee. Chair lays out Senate Bill 2153 by Senator Hughes, a matter of pending business. Members, this bill would allow the medical school at the University of Texas Health Science Center at Tyler to participate in the Joint Admission Medical Program. Senator West moves that Senate Bill 2123 be reported to the full committee with a recommendation that it do not pass, but the committee substitute adopted in lieu thereof do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Aye.
Senator Middleton.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Springer.
Aye.
Senator West.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2123 will be reported favorably to the full Senate Education Committee. Members, the chair lays out Senate Bill 2139 by Senator Parker as a matter of pending business. The bill would allow adult students who previously dropped out of high school the opportunity to earn a high school diploma at a public junior college while simultaneously enrolled in a workforce program. Senator West moves that Senate Bill 2139 be reported to the full committee with recommendation that it do not pass, but that the committee substitute adopted in lieu thereof do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Aye.
Senator Middleton.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Springer.
Aye.
Senator West.
There being 5 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2139 will be reported favorably to the full Senate Education Committee. Members, thank you for your consideration, patience, and time through the day today and tonight. And with that, the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. Not called.